Good evening. Welcome to the Livonia Public Schools Board of Education special meeting of August 16th, 2021. Mrs. Bradford, would you please take the roll?
Yes. Mrs. Acosta.
Here.
Mrs. Bonifield.
Here.
Mr. Centers.
Here.
Mrs. Jarvis.
Here.
Mr. Johnson.
Here.
Mrs. Bradford says here. President Burton.
Here. We have a quorum. Welcome to all of you who are here with us this evening. We have a full house, which is always exciting. We have many new administrators to officially approve at the board level and have them either join or switch positions within our administrative ranks, so that's very exciting. We have a number of community members who are here to celebrate with us, a lot of staff who are here to celebrate with us, and it looks like a number of folks who would like to share their thoughts at audience communications with our Board of Education, which is always a very important function of our Board of Education meetings. If you'd like an agenda and you don't have one, they can be found at the brown table. Jen Terrill is waving her arm in the corner of the room to my left. So if you need an agenda, you can get one from Jen. If you are at home and you need an agenda, you can find one on our website, and that can be found at livoniapublicschools.org. If you hover over the school board tab, you can drop down to board meeting information, and there you can find agendas. And if you're also looking for video of meetings that have happened in the past, you can always find those there also. If you're planning on participating in audience communications this evening, we would ask that you would fill out a blue slip. Those can be found on the same table and just to my left. Well, in the corner way over there to my left. So we'd appreciate it if you would fill those out, and if you could, again, give that slip to Dr. Terrill, she will make certain that it gets to me at the appropriate time. Tonight's meeting is a special meeting, and it's very special to especially to our administrators that we're appointing. But it is a special meeting, meaning it is not one of our originally scheduled at the beginning of the year, but it is a meeting during which we can vote on items, and we will be voting to approve, hopefully, all our several administrators. During a special meeting, we can also have information presented to the board for voting at a future meeting, and we will also be doing quite a bit of that for the second portion of our meeting. Also, to notify you, we will be taking a brief break after item 7, which is after our last approval vote. The purpose of that break will be to congratulate our honorees of the evening. That we anticipate being a 5 to 10 minute break, and then we will continue on with the rest of the items on our agenda. We are very proud to be members of and the community that works within Livonia Public Schools. As I see the rather stressful discourse that's taken place around the country, it makes me so proud every single time to know that Livonia Public Schools puts respect at a cornerstone of the characteristics that we teach our children. It makes me very, very proud that during our school board meetings, even though we've had difficult items to discuss, board members, community members, administrative team have all conducted themselves with respect, and you are to be commended. Some of our folks who are here in our audience this evening have spoken to us at times past, and it has been respectful and it is very appreciated. You certainly have the word of this Board of Education that we will conduct ourselves with respect. We will treat one another and everybody in this room with respect, and we do ask that that continue to be the case in return. It always has, and again, kudos to this community for conducting themselves, even through difficult, tumultuous decisions, with respect. It's appreciated. The next item on our agenda this evening is item 2, appointment of Frost Middle School Assistant Principal. We're going to dive right into some of the fun stuff. May I have a motion, please?
President Burton.
Mrs. Jarvis.
Move that the Board of Education of the Livonia Public School District accept the recommendation of the superintendent and appoint Brian Jensen as Assistant Principal of Frost Middle School beginning August 17th, 2021.
Support.
We have a motion by Mrs. Jarvis, supported by Mrs. Bradford. Mr. Abate, I'm going to turn this portion of the meeting over to you.
Oh, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I am very excited to introduce Brian Jensen as the next Assistant Principal of Frost Middle School. Give you a little bit of educational background. Brian has a BA from Saginaw Valley in Elementary Education, Integrated Science, and Math. He has a Master's in Teaching and Curriculum from MSU. and an ed specialist in administration from Wayne State. He comes to us from Fortis Academy in Ypsilanti, where for the last 5 years he's been the academic dean of students. He brings a very strong background in curriculum, a background in professional learning communities, which we all know is a huge push for us heading into this year and into the future. He has a strong sense of the PBIS program, which you know is a passion for Frost, and he really, I'm excited about him as a candidate. You might know, you might have heard I have a bit of a passion for Frost, and to meet Brian, you had a sense of the fit, from the get-go, and Shannon has a little bit of energy, and Brian's a really great balance, very even, very calm, and it's going to be really good. And so I can't wait to see the wonderful things they're going to do as a team, and welcome him to really a wonderful place to work and learn at Frost Middle School. So congratulations, Brian, in advance.
Are there comments or questions from our superintendent or school board members? Mrs. Oquist?
Well, as you know from the information I shared with our board in your packet, we are very pleased to have Brian Jensen come to us and recommend him for this role. He is extraordinarily well qualified. I'm sure as you reviewed his resume and background, you were as impressed as we were. And as impressed as we have been with not only his educational background and his work experience, his commitment to the children that he serves, the staff with whom he works, and the community he represents really was just a hallmark of his time with each of our interview teams. So I know Mr. Willenborg is thrilled to have him join the secondary leadership team, and we are very proud to bring you his recommendation this evening.
Thank you. And we have more comments over there. Yeah. I think that's
Support for
approval.
those
Yeah,
comments?
there's approval in the peanut gallery.
Sounds like it's
Are there comments or questions from other board members? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and take a vote and make this official. We have a motion by Mrs. Jarvis, supported by Mrs. Bradford. And Mrs. Bradford, would you please take the roll?
Mrs. Jarvis.
Yes.
Mrs. Bradford says yes. Mrs. Acosta.
Yes.
Mrs. Bonifield.
Yes.
Mr. Centers.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
President Burton.
Yes. Motion passes. Congratulations, and could you please join us? Welcome to the meeting tonight, and welcome officially to the district. We are thrilled to have you.
Yes, well, I'm very thrilled to be here. Very grateful for the opportunity to become the next assistant principal at Frost Middle School. Already just hearing just such amazing things about the students in the building, just their personalities, their abilities, just the culture that just really is a part of Frost. It's all about the students, and I'm just happy to be a part of it. Principal Wheeler has been so welcoming and showing me the way, and everyone talks about her fiery passion, and maybe I'm not quite as loud about it, but I share that same passion for the students, just really impact their lives in a positive way. And the staff members I've got to meet so far, I'm part of the family from day one, which is really hard to find in a lot of places, and it's really been welcoming to me, and to see teachers get the summers off. Yeah, right. I've seen so many people in that building working hard already. And just thank you to my wife Anne, who's in the back here, just for her unwavering support, just for pushing me to be the best person I can be every day, just being my sounding board, and just building my confidence each and every day. We're residents of Livonia, going on about 3 years now, and we want to do more than just live here. We want to invest in the community, and what a better way than to be a part of the schools. And we want to invest in where we live just every day in what we do. And I was lucky enough to have great educators. When I was growing up, I had a great experience as a child in school, and I really want that to be for everybody. As you heard my little boy in the back, Norden, he's making some sound effects. Just want to make sure that he has a similar experience, as well as all the children, that they know that they can trust the people that they're putting their children in front of to educate them. And I just want to be that person moving forward, and I'm happy to be a part of the Frost family. And just thank you to the school board, thank you Superintendent Oquist, and the interview and hiring committee just really, again, when you're in the hot seat, as they call it, you're being interviewed whether you're going to be a fit for the district, but also I'm also then thinking, like, do I want to work for this place? And it was like a hard yes right away, like yes, 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 like, and everything worked out well, and I'm happy to be here and happy to be a part of the district. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Congratulations and welcome again. And to keep this fun going, the next item on our agenda is appointment of Johnson Upper Elementary School Assistant Principal. May I have a motion, please?
President Burton,
Mrs. Bradford.
move that the Board of Education of the Livonia Public Schools School District accept the recommendation of the superintendent and appoint Cynthia Pearson as assistant principal of Johnson Upper Elementary School beginning August 17th, 2021.
Support. We have a lot of support. I believe I heard Mrs. Bonnefield. We have a motion by Mrs. Bradford, supported by Mrs. Bonnefield and Mrs. Keats and Mr. Abate. Turn it back over to you.
Good evening, everyone. I am so excited to bring forth Cindy Pearson as the candidate for the assistant principal at Johnson Upper Elementary School. So Cindy is no stranger to Livonia. She has worn many hats in this district, most recently as the federal programs coordinator. She was also a center program teacher, a team leader, a special education TC, and an elementary support teacher. This is in addition to serving as the interim assistant principal at Johnson this year. So those that met her immediately loved her at Johnson, and it is no wonder because she has the ability to build positive relationships with staff, with students, with families, and all that she encounters. She has a background in learning disabilities and an administration degree from Madonna, and we know that her knowledge and experience are going to be an asset to the Johnson community. She and Tom Traub are going to make a dynamic team, and they are going to hit the ground running. So we're so excited to bring forth Cindy Pearson this evening.
Thank you. Let's see here. We have a, let me see. Actually, are there comments or questions from the superintendent or board members before we go forward? Mrs. Oquist?
Thank you so much, President Burton. As I shared with you in my written update on Mrs. Pearson, and as Mrs. Keats captured, Mrs. Pearson's background throughout our district has just prepared her for this role in numerous ways. And most recently, since February, she has served in that role on an interim basis as Mrs. Wheeler went to Frost and Mr. Traub was leading Johnson Elementary. It was an opportunity for Mrs. Pearson, although she certainly had a lot of connection with students through her oversight of the English Language Learner Program, of our federal programs, of working with families to support them during difficult times of homelessness, and certainly her background in student services and through the center program. All of those experiences truly have built upon one another to make this just the absolute right place for Mrs. Pearson. And I think once she dipped her toe back in the water of leadership at the school level, being back in with students and teachers each and every day, it was just evident that this was, again, a perfect fit for her and for Johnson and Livonia Public Schools. So thank you so much for your consideration of this appointment.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions from board members? Seeing none, we have a motion by Mrs. Bradford, supported by Mrs. Bonnefield. And Mrs. Bradford, would you please take the roll?
Mrs. Bradford says yes. Mrs. Bonnefield?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Jarvis?
Yes.
Mr. Centers?
Yes.
Mrs. Acosta?
Yes.
President Burton?
Yes, and that motion passes. Congratulations.
Honestly, totally honored and humbled to stand before you. 7 years, almost to the date that I did it before when I was appointed. I want to thank Superintendent Oquist, the Board of Education, Bill Green for making the phone call February 1st to ask me would I consider to go to Johnson and saying yes. Teresa O'Brien for her unwavering support when I put my toe back in the water, I said I don't really think I can leave what I loved at Roosevelt and found again at Johnson. I found a family again. And I found it through the staff. I found it through Tom Trapp and his wife. And I found it through our students. And as you know, that was just something I couldn't leave again. I want to thank my husband Eric, who said, okay, let's do it. And my son, who better be streaming and watching this, he's on vacation, and I'm sure I'm going to quiz him afterwards just so that everybody knows. But I had a performance task, the second interview. The rigor of the interview certainly does, as a new candidate, make you so glad to be here and be answering those tough, calculated questions that you're really sure you're really in the right place, and we're sure we're serving our community well. But he read my re-edit and edit again and said, no, the comma goes here, this goes here, no, you want to say this. So thank you to him. And thank you to my daughter, Jenna, who always reminds me, it's never too late. Of course you can do this. Keep trying, this is for you. So, and lastly, and of course not lastly, Tom Trapp, who, as you know, he's exuberant. You hear him down the hall. He's laughing very loud, and I'm the shy and quiet one of the two of us. And so we really have, at the end of the day, since February, found joy in the things that we do each and every day, even on the hard days. We are partners side by side. As you say, there's no daylight between us. And I'm honored to call him my friend. At the end of the day, I'm honored to. He will be part of my family as well, and my friend as I serve, and we meet the needs of the community of Johnson and the staff and the students there. Thank you so much.
The next item on our agenda is item 4, appointment of Riley Upper Elementary School Assistant Principal. May I have a motion, please?
President Burton,
Mr. Johnson.
move that the Board of Education of the Livonia Public Schools School District accept the recommendation of the superintendent and appoint Allison Gray as Assistant Principal of Riley Upper Elementary School beginning August 17th, 2021.
Support.
We have a motion by Mr. Johnson, supported by Mr. Centers. And we turn it back over to Mrs. Keats. Mr. Abate.
Thank you so much. We are so excited to welcome Allie Gray to the Livonia family. She comes to us from Novi Community Schools. Allie has a bachelor's degree from Michigan State and a master's from EMU. She has many leadership experiences, including implementing PBIS at her school, the ELA Curriculum Design Committee, and she served as a representative from her district for Oakland's Aspiring Principals Academy. Most recently, she is a 6th grade teacher at Novi Meadows. She comes with the highest recommendations from her current and previous administrators. She prides herself on connecting to all of her students to meet all of their needs, no matter what they may be. Allie is the mother of 3 children and a published author. She brings excitement, experience, and positivity to Riley and will be an exceptional thought partner to Mrs. Kuzno. We are so excited to welcome Mrs. Allie Gray to LPS. Welcome, Allie.
Comments from our superintendent or board members? Mrs. Oquist.
I'm happy to defer to a board member if you'd like to begin.
No, go right ahead.
Okay. Well, we are thrilled, and we are thrilled to be recommending Allie, and thrilled that she chose us. Certainly, Novi had identified her as a leader amongst her peers, and her background, not only as an educator and as her work in her ed leadership program, but her work in SEL, social emotional learning, the training that she has had, the work that she has done, that passion she has for meeting the social emotional needs of our students, as well as her very strong background in ELA, are 2 areas which really were focal points for us as we met with her. She was, one, she watches our board meetings, which I thought was very exciting and impressive, but I also just really was thrilled to hear her enthusiasm for our newly approved purchase of curriculum materials for English language arts at the upper elementary level. And she spoke extensively about meeting the needs of our staff as they transition with these materials and as they integrate them into our students' learning. All of those aspects, in addition to what Mrs. Keats shared, really make us really eager to bring her on board as part of our administrative leadership team, and we are thrilled to have you meet her this evening.
And we're going to go ahead and take a vote and make this official. We have a motion by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Centers. Mrs. Bradford, would you please take the roll?
Yes, I will. Mr. Johnson?
We better do this quickly.
I know.
Yes.
Mr. Centers?
Yes.
Mrs. Bradford says yes. Mrs. Jarvis?
Yes.
Mrs. Acosta?
Yes.
Mrs. Bonnefield?
Yes.
And President Burton.
Yes, the motion passes.
Woo.
Congratulations.
I'm ready. Yeah.
So thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm truly honored and humbled is a great word to be the assistant principal here at Riley. I've been looking forward to this evening ever since the phone call from Mrs. Keats and Mr. Abate. Thank you to Mrs. Oquist and the board for this opportunity. And I'm super excited to work with Mrs. Cousineau, and she's welcomed me already. We've had conversations. So tomorrow in the morning, we're ready to hit the ground running. Like Mrs. Oquist mentioned, one of my strengths is connecting with students, and so I'm very passionate about that. And as I was speaking with Mrs. Oquist, I realized that everything that I am about as a educator and just a human being was very much aligned with the district's mission and vision, which is super exciting because I can put my authentic self forward and really help the district move forward. And then personally, I have many ties to Livonia. My dad grew up here. My grandparents lived here. They're here tonight with me. And we purchased our first home in Livonia, and part of that was because the community is so fabulous. My husband coaches soccer here too. He's like, I think I recognize some people. And we're here with my daughter's soccer games as well. So we're very invested in the community. It's a wonderful place to be, and now I can have a positive influence with the students at Riley. So it's just truly a dream come true. Like I'm so excited. So I want to thank my family who's here, my husband Sean who's here. He encourages me in everything I set my mind out to do. My daughter, she inspires me to be my best, and my dad and my grandpa are here. My mom's home with my other two little ones live streaming, I think. And I'm ready to get up bright and early and start tomorrow. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Terrific. Congratulations. The next item on our agenda, we're going to keep this fun going, is our appointment of Jackson Early Elementary Center, Jackson let me try this again. Appointment of Jackson Early Childhood Center Principal. And may I have a motion, please?
President Burton.
Mrs. Bonnefield.
Move that the Board of Education of the Livonia Public Schools School District accept the recommendation of the superintendent and appoint Dr. Katie Dodge as principal of Jackson Early Childhood Center beginning August 17th, 2021.
Support.
We have a motion by Mrs. Bonnefield, supported by Mr. Johnson. Do we have, I'm sorry. Mr. Abate, Mrs. Keats.
Yes, thank you again. So we are very excited to bring forth Katie Dodge as a recommendation for Jackson Early Childhood Center Principal. Katie has been with Livonia for a very long time, since second grade, and she's a graduate of Churchill High School. She earned her bachelor's and master's degrees from Madonna University and her PhD in higher education from the University of Toledo. She also earned a special education admin certificate from Grand Valley State. Katie has a background in both general ed and special education, teaching both of those. She became a teacher consultant with Student Services, and most recently she has served as a Student Services coordinator for the last 5 years, wearing many hats, most recently doing a lot of COVID work this past year, so we thank her for that. All who know Katie know her genuine love for the students that she works with. Her energy is contagious, and we could not be more excited to see her lead our littlest learners at Jackson.
Terrific, thank you. Do we have comments or questions from our board or superintendent? Mrs. Oquist.
President Burton, Dr. Dodge is not able to be with us this evening. She had a previous scheduled trip with her family, so we would like to bring her back for the August 23rd regular meeting during communications, at which time I'd like to share my enthusiasm for her appointment. If it's all right with you, we'd like to go ahead with the vote this evening. And I know Dr. Dodge will look forward to joining us, and we will look forward to singing her praises when she is with us on Monday.
That sounds fabulous. But we will definitely take care of business on our end tonight.
Sounds good.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, we have a motion by Mrs. Bonnefield, supported by Mr. Johnson. And Mrs. Bradford, would you please take the roll?
Mrs. Bonnefield.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Mrs. Acosta.
Yes.
Mrs. Jarvis.
Yes.
Mr. Centers.
Yes.
Mrs. Bradford says yes. President Burton.
Yes, and that motion passes. Congratulations to Katie Dodge. The next item on our agenda is item 6, appointment of media technology coordinators. May I have a motion, please?
President Burton,
Mrs. Acosta.
move that the Board of Education of the Livonia Public Schools School District accept the recommendation of the superintendent and appoint Judy Bowling and Paul Katsada as media technology coordinators beginning August 17, 2021.
Support.
We have a motion by Mrs. Acosta, supported by Mrs. Jarvis. And Mr. Babate.
Thank you very much. So this is a fun one. They're all fun, but this was an adventure.
Different kind of fun.
So the hiring process, you don't know where things are going to go. You post, you talk to people, and it's an adventure, right? And you hope that you end up in a really wonderful place with a great person. And we went looking for a person. We came out with a team, which I'm sure that Superintendent Okus will talk about at some point. But I'll tell you about these folks because we're just what a team. What a team we have. I know that I'll start with Paul. I know that we know Paul a little bit. I'll recap his ed background just a little bit. Bachelor's in kinesiology from U of M, master's from Western in occupational therapy, ed specialist from Oakland in leadership. Began his career actually as an occupational therapist. He worked extensively in assistive technology where he really grew that passion for how to help students with the use of technology and improve that in classroom instruction. He, of course, came over here 4 years ago, became the assistant principal of Emerson, was Ann Owen's partner in crime. He has just such an extensive knowledge of technology in general, but ed tech in particular, and a real passion for it. When Ann retired, she joked that she knew more about her computer than she ever thought she would by the time she was done working with Paul. And he's just, when you talk to him about his vision for ed tech in the district, he doesn't speak in generality. He has a concrete vision for what he thinks we need to be doing and a real sense of how he thinks he wants to go there. So we think a very solid choice for that role. And then along as well came Ms. Judy Bowling. Okay, so I'll recap a little of her educational history. Bachelor's and master's from Eastern in instructional tech. Another master's, second master's in library information science from Wayne. She's returning to us. She has been at Wayne Risa for several years, where she supported media and tech folks across the county. And she comes back to us, as I'm sure we all remember, after 20 years of great work here in Livonia as a media specialist, as a teacher, as a tech extraordinaire, as an early adopter and pioneer in the makerspace concept here in the district. We have amazing creative centers in a lot of buildings now that are based off of that early idea that she brought, and it's just passion and energy. And again, when she talks about our LMCs and we're embarking on this LMC revitalization, just a vision and a passion for that. And we thought, wow, you put these two people together. We got something special. So we're really excited. Congratulations in advance to Paul and Judy.
Sounds great. And do we have comments or questions from superintendent and board members? Mrs. Okus, I'm going to let you go first.
Thank you, President Burton. So as you know, our community this past spring supported a bond issue that will allow us to really take our schools to the next level, especially as it relates to our library media centers, as we are in this evening, as well as continue to grow the technology investment we made with our 2013 bond issue. Both Judy and Paul not only have an extensive background in instructional technology, but also the vision for reimagining our media centers and these special spaces for our students and our staff. We will be making a significant investment in both technology and the media centers through our bond, and the idea of having both of them to lead that work for the next several years is something that we think we will see tremendous benefit from for many, many years to come. We're excited to bring them forward to you this evening and have them come up and share a little bit of their passion with all of you.
Thank you. Comments or questions from any board members? It's exciting to see Judy's coming back. I literally did a double take the first time I saw Judy's name on these documents. Like, wait a minute, I know Judy. And it's exciting to see Paul, who came into our district not too long ago, switching roles. But this is a very exciting position to be creating within our district. And with a district the size of 14,000 students and 2,000 staff members, it certainly warrants two people coordinating this massive effort, especially as we renovate all of our LMCs across the district. It's very, very exciting, and certainly after the year that we've had with so much of our learning going on virtually or via tech, it certainly brings to light the benefits. It kind of forced everyone in the education world, and frankly in any realm that they worked in, but it certainly forced all of us in the education world to look more deeply at what we can do with technology and learning, whether it's in the classroom or virtually. But it's very, very exciting to see the growth that we can have in technology through the creation of these two positions. It certainly is time to do it. So, any other comments from board members? Seeing none, we have a motion by Mrs. Acosta, supported by Mrs. Jarvis. And Mrs. Bradford, would you take the roll?
Mrs. Acosta.
Yes.
Mrs. Jarvis.
Yes.
Mrs. Bonnefield.
Yes?
Mrs. Bradford says yes. Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Centers?
Yes.
President Burton?
Yes, that motion passes. Congratulations to both Judy and Paul. Come on up, folks. Come and join us. Welcome and welcome back. Yeah.
We were going to come up arm in arm, so. So it is nice to see everybody again.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So anyways, I'd like to thank all of you and Superintendent Oquist and all the board members to serve as one of the media tech coordinators here in Livonia Schools. It is truly a bit surreal to be standing back here, as this position, for those who know me, has been a dream job for many, many, many years. So super excited about that. I won't give the number of years, but when I first got hired by Livonia many years ago, my career has been anything but a straight line. And I've been blessed to serve in numerous roles across the district, across the county. And when I stand here now looking back, I see really that all of those experiences have prepared me for this new position that I'm really excited for. And as was mentioned, although I stepped away from Livonia a few years ago, in my heart I never actually left the district, as I've continued to work with various LPS staff in different capacities through the years. I'm excited to step into this role and have a new partner. I'm super excited. We met tonight, so we're already off to a great start. That's really great. But also, as Ms. Oquist mentioned, to just be a part of this journey with reimagining the library media centers, continuing to work with library media specialists and teachers to help all of them utilize technology to impact student learning. And so just want to thank you again, and it really is an honor and a privilege to be back here to serve in a role in this community that I love. So thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, again, I'd like to begin by thanking everybody involved in this process of bringing me to this point, Ms. Oquist, and everybody who was part of the interview team, the school board. Thank you for your approval in this position. I'm very excited to get to this work. It definitely, technology has always been a passion of mine in my work in assistive technology, and one of the things that I think with me coming into this role and bringing to this role is that background and knowledge in special education, whereas I did technology in special education, one of the things that kept driving me to do more was this isn't just for our students who have an IEP, this works for everyone. And so while we take technology now and work to deepen the learning of all students, we also can really take this technology to level the playing field for our other students who need those kinds of supports. And so I'm really excited to get to that work. You know, I want to make sure that I thank the staff at Emerson immensely for their support in welcoming me into Livonia when I came here 4 years ago. It's an amazing staff. That would certainly, as much as I am excited for this role, that will be the hardest thing, is to lead a staff that's so dedicated to our students and to our families. I loved my time there. So that will be missed, but I also look forward to being back in there to support the staff and students with the implementation of technology and working in our media centers as well. I want to thank my family, who have always been there to support me through this step. 2 of my children are here tonight, and so I am always appreciative of their support and love as I make decisions to get another degree and go back to school and do all these other things. But again, I just could not be more excited to get started on this work, and thank you all very much.
We have one more vote to take this evening. The next item on our agenda is item 7, approval for board members to participate in MASB workshop. May I have a motion, please?
President Burton.
Mr. Centers.
Move that the Board of Education of the Livonia Public Schools School District approve board trustees' participation in MASB legal workshop on August 26, 2021, at a cost of $90 each for a not to exceed $630.
Support.
We have a motion by Mr. Centers, supported by Mrs. Bradford. And Mrs. Oakley, I believe you're going to be taking care of this one for us.
Thank you, President Burton. As you know, Board Policy BBBC requires us to have prior approval for expenditures related to board training. MASB is one of those organizations that we rely on for really outstanding training for our board. And more importantly, we are thrilled that so many of our board members continue to take advantage of this training and continue to grow in their professional learning, knowledge, and leadership, which has certainly led to your continued identification as an honor board within the state of Michigan. So we recommend approval of this item this evening.
Are there comments or questions from board members? No? Alrighty. I'd like to thank MASB, which is the Michigan Association of School Boards, for providing so many ongoing professional development experiences. And they keep, some of them are standard basic things that school board members need to be trained in, and some are new initiatives or new curveballs that are thrown at us as board members, and they work very hard to keep a lot of training opportunities ahead of us. So I'm thankful to my colleagues for continuing to stay educated. It makes our work as a team so much better. And I encourage anyone on any school board in the state of Michigan to avail themselves to the opportunities, because they are wonderful. We have a motion by Mr. Centers, supported by Mrs. Bradford, for approval for board members to participate in MASB workshop. And Mrs. Bradford, could you please take the roll?
Mr. Centers?
Yes.
Mrs. Bradford says yes. Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Acosta?
Yes.
Mrs. Jarvis?
Yes.
Mrs. Bonnefield?
Yes.
President Burton?
Yes, and that motion passes. Thank you very much. We are going to take now a 5 to 10 minute recess in order to congratulate our honorees this evening: Brian Jensen, Cynthia Pearson, Allie Gray, Katie Dodge, Judy Bowling, and Paul Casada. So if you would hang around with us for just a few minutes so that we could say congratulations to you personally, we would be thrilled to do so. And we will be on recess for 5 to 10 minutes, and then we will be back. Thank you.
one.
Good evening, thank you, and welcome back to the continuation of the Livonia Public Schools Board of Education special meeting of August 16th, 2021. We just had the honor of voting in officially a number of administrators into Livonia Public Schools and congratulating those folks. So we're thrilled to have them joining or moving positions within the district. The next item on our agenda this evening is item 8, audience communications. Audience communications is a time set aside for the Board of Education to listen to members of our community. It is very intentionally not a question and answer session, but rather a listening session. Each member of the community has 3 minutes to share their thoughts with the Board of Education. We do have a 15-minute time limit at this portion of our meeting, and the remainder are going to be heard after the business of the board this evening, because we do have some business items that we have to take care of. We do again ask that respect be held by everybody in the room. You certainly have our commitment as Board of Education members that we will be respectful to one another and to every speaker who approaches the board. And whether folks agree or disagree with the speaker, we ask that everybody in the room be respectful of the individual who has an opportunity to speak this evening. We will have 5 folks who are going to, I'm assuming everyone's going to take approximately their 3 minutes. So we will have the first 5 people speak to the board this evening. I understand we have 1 student also who would like to speak, who is about 8th in line, but I'm going to go ahead and pull that student up to be the 6th speaker, because I don't want that student, who I understand to be on the younger side, to be waiting too long. So I hope that everyone in the room is okay with that. Our first speaker this evening is Kevin Appel. Kevin, if you can come up to the podium. And if you could state your name and address for the record, I would appreciate it. And you do not need to give your house number, because I don't want folks to be able to identify individual homes.
Kevin Appel, Hoover School District.
Thank you very much.
I'm here to implore the board to require masks for students not yet eligible for vaccination. It is my understanding that this is the recommendation from essentially all of our health and science-oriented institutions, most if not all of our professional medical organizations, and also from institutions and organizations internationally. As such, I'm imploring the board to make its decision based not on emotion, not on ideological presuppositions, and not by ideas fostered by anti-intellectualism. I'm asking the board to trust our institutions and our respective medical organizations, because although flawed, as any human construct is, they are still our best authority we can turn to for crucial decisions like this. Once more, I implore you to err on the side of reason and require masks for students not yet eligible for vaccination. Thank you.
Thank you. I missed that. Yes, I will. I forgot to mention also what we do regarding our 3 minutes. One of our board members will just set a timer. So when you're speaking, if you do hear a tone going off, you'll know that that's your 3-minute time limit. And if you could wrap up your comments, we would appreciate it. We do that because we found that is a more polite way rather than interrupting a speaker. Our next speaker will be Joy Tomsick. Good evening.
Hi. My name's Joy, and I have students at Coolidge. I am here today as a voice of what seems to be the quietest voice in the district. That is the voice of the parents who know masks should be made mandatory for the 2021 school year. I say quietest because I don't believe we are the minority. We just aren't as vocal as the other side. A lot of us are either afraid to come out here in fear of contracting COVID, or in fear of the anti-mask group here in Livonia, who have continuously threatened people. There is still a pandemic going on, and it seems to be getting worse day by day yet again. COVID is not over yet. As much as we would like it all to be, it's not. The only people who are able to get the best protection out there against this deadly virus, who are not able, is our children. And if we make masks optional next school year, we are taking away any other protection available to them. You say that you are following the guidelines, but it doesn't appear that you are. You just keep reinforcing that it's not a mandate and doing whatever you want to do. Dr. Jonay Caldoun from MDHHS said if you are not requiring universal masking in your district, you are not following the guidelines put out by the CDC AAP, or MDHHS that call for universal masking in schools. In fact, the MDHHS reissued their statement to say schools should mandate universal masking for students, staff, teachers, and visitors, regardless of vaccination status, in order to maintain in-person learning, which is what we all want, in-person learning. You say our community has a high vaccination rate and low spread right now. However, during the last meeting and currently right now, it has been hovering between substantial and high risk, according to the CDC data for Wayne County. The vaccination rate of the entire population of Wayne County, including kids under 12, because yes, they are a part of our community, is only 42.7%. And with our schools that house children 12 and under, it's closer to 0. We need at least 70% vaccination in order to reach herd immunity for COVID. We should be looking at the rest of the country as an example of what we shouldn't do. Pediatric ICUs are full 2 weeks into the school year, and schools are already having to go back to virtual because of such high case numbers. I spoke to a head nurse at Mott's this weekend, and she confirmed there are children at the U with COVID, and they are really, really sick. We should be proactive, not reactive. Last year, you mandated masks before the health department did, and I was so proud of you all for setting such a great example for other districts. Why can't we be the leader in Wayne County for this now, although Farmington Hills has actually changed theirs? I'm sorry, they're not in Wayne. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe any of you have children under 12 in your households. I would also like to bring up the options we were given in May regarding the person or virtual learning this year. We spent the entire 2020 school year watching how the safety protocols for in-person learning worked and felt comfortable sending our children back to school. When most of us chose the in-person option, we assumed that those safety protocols would remain in place, at least until our children had the option to be vaccinated. Now you're taking away the only protection that they have available. You currently have the power and responsibility to protect every child in your district. It's just one of your students is hospitalized or worse dies, it will be on your hands. Thank you for listening.
The next speaker this evening will be Jason Tomsick. Good evening.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jason. I have a child at Coolidge. I'm here on behalf of a mother who says that she is unable to make the meeting due to health concerns. And here's what she has to say. My name is Nicole Bowman, and I have a son who is a fourth grader at Nihiro Elementary and a 4-year-old daughter in preschool. To keep our growing family safe and healthy, I cannot stress enough the absolute need for a mask mandate in our schools, especially the schools hosting children who are under 12, who are unable to be vaccinated. There is no virtual option to maintain my son's program, and homeschooling is not an option in my current condition. So I'm relying on the district to help keep my son safe, as it is one of the jobs of the district. We know that masks are effective, more so when they are worn by all. Common sense and science point to the masked indoor environments, and I'm honestly surprised we have to fight for such a simple safety measure. I apologize that I could not be here tonight to speak this in person myself, but I'm currently in a high-risk pregnancy requiring bed rest, and soon we will be welcoming a newborn son in our home. Speaking for myself, this is another example of the cascading effect of these decisions. Not only are you deciding on the health and safety of the students and teachers, but the immunocompromised and infants and toddlers at home who aren't represented at this meeting. Please keep that in mind when making this decision. I appreciate your time and your attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kristen Brocken. Good evening.
Hi. Kristen Backert. I probably scribbled way too quickly. I should start by saying that I have 2 sons, one who will be entering first grade at Hoover, as well as a 4-year-old who will be starting preschool at Jackson Center. Last year, our family unfortunately made the difficult decision to enroll in the Livonia virtual for kindergarten due to the uncertainties around COVID-19. While this was certainly not an ideal scenario for us, I have to say my son had a phenomenal teacher, Miss Filiatro, who taught him so much and was also able to engage with students in amazing ways. Even though we did virtual schooling, our family continued to monitor the COVID-19 cases closely at Hoover Elementary as well as within the entire district. Last year, Livonia schools were able to keep their numbers down due to mask wearing and social distancing measures that were in place. Currently, the state of Michigan and Wayne County are continuing to see a rise in COVID-19 cases as well as an increased percentage of pediatric cases. It is scientifically proven that when masks are worn, it reduces the spread of the virus. Most recently, MDHHS revised their guidelines and encouraged a multi-layer strategy to reduce disruptions in the spread of the virus, especially in children under the age of 12. I'm sure you've all reviewed that, but as part of that multi-layer approach, layer 2 is mask wearing only secondary to vaccinations. And they define mask wearing as mandating universal masking for not only students, but staff, teachers, and visitors. My ask to the district is at minimum to make mask wearing mandatory for under age 12. Most of us in this room have had the choice. Get the vaccine, don't get the vaccine. That's your right, that's your personal choice. But I'm a parent. I make decisions every day for my kids in the best ways I feel to make them safe. In May, Livonia Public Schools sent out a letter and forced me at that time to make a decision in such an uncertain time period. I'm sure many of you in your personal lives can't even make plans a week or two out because things are changing so rapidly. So the fact that you forced that decision on parents in a very heavily worded letter, if you go back and reread that letter or have someone who hasn't read it, I get what your opinion was and I fully agree with in-person learning and I hated that I had to do virtual. But you made me commit to a decision and now you've come out saying you will not help me protect my child. I can mess them up. I send my first grader to camp at Hoover right now. And he is one of 3 other kids who are wearing a mask. I've spent the last 18 months doing everything I can to protect my kids. They need to go to school. I enjoy the socialization. They need that. They need to be around their peers. But now you've forced my hand. So I understand that when you were elected, none of you could have imagined the decisions that you would have to be making, but I'm making that all the time. So please do the right thing, and please implore mandating masks under the age of 12. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kristen Brown. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Brown, and I have a daughter that's going to be starting as a kindergartner. And thank you so much for the opportunity to allow me to speak to you all tonight. We all want the same things: our children to be healthy, our children to learn in person, our children to have as normal of a school year as possible. I believe we can achieve this with requiring masks in our schools. As you know, my stance is supported by the CDC, AAP, and MDHHS. I know this is a divisive topic, but it is important to address it to prevent the spread of COVID, especially this highly contagious variant. I would love it if my child didn't have to wear a mask. I hate it that they have to wear them, and we could live our lives normally, but the reality is this pandemic is not over with. COVID cases within our county are rising, and we are still dealing with this awful virus, and until all our children have the opportunity to be vaccinated, masks are needed to keep them protected. Masks can help curb the spread so that our children, teachers, and staff have less risk of being quarantined, being tested, going through that whole process, and less risk to experience a disruption of their education. Let's protect our teachers, not only their safety from this virus, but their overall well-being. They have been pushed to the limit and do not need another year of juggling both in-person and online learning. This topic should not be political. This should not be seen as a us versus them, but it should be about taking care of each other and trusting our medical community. This is a teaching moment for our children to make decisions based off of the common good versus the individual. We need to work together to protect the most vulnerable. Please do the right thing and make masks a requirement in our schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlie A. Good evening, Charlie.
Hello. My name is Charlie, and I'm going into 3rd grade at Cleveland Elementary. I'm very concerned about wearing masks this year. Last year, I went to school virtually. I'm looking forward to seeing my friends this year, but I know people are getting sick again from the Delta virus, and that makes me scared for myself and others. It would make me feel safe if people wore masks inside, but I'm worried that not a lot of people will. It's more likely people are going to get sick. I believe that everyone should wear a mask in this district. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Charlie. Nice job, Charlie. You've got a future as a public speaker. Yeah. At this point, we are going to continue on with the items for discussion. I believe that the first item is probably going to be of great interest to those of you in our audience this evening because it is planning and updates for the 2021-2022 school year. And that is our item, let me see here, item 9A. And at this point, I will turn it over to Superintendent Oquist.
Thank you so much, and I'll invite my cabinet colleagues to join us at the table for this discussion. So I will take us back as they are making their way up. I'll take us back just a few weeks ago. We were here on July 26th, I believe that was 3 weeks ago, and shared with our community, with our Board of Education, our recommended mitigation measures for the school year. I think one of the things, I'm going to take us back just a bit before that. When we ended the school year, we very quickly transitioned to begin planning for this coming school year. One of the things we did was reflect on what was successful about the prior year, the challenges and where we can make those improvements, and also moved quickly into planning for our summer programming. So actually, the first information that came out on our mitigation measures came out, I believe, June 18th. Where we identified summer mitigation measures based on the guidelines that were being updated from the state. So I believe as of June 22nd, the mask mandate within the state was being lifted. We shared our updated mitigation measures for our summer programming and put those successfully into place during those first several weeks of summer. As you know, that we then came together on Monday the 26th, shared the mitigation measures, and since that time, we've gotten quite a bit of additional guidance on this important topic, and we really wanted to spend time with the board, with our team this evening, having some dialogue about that. So I think the next morning, the CDC came out with their guidance, and you should have a few of these things in front of you. I know you've read through all of them, but just so we can be referencing the same information, you should have in front of you the LPS Fall 2021 Mask and Mitigation Measures document. You should have the MDHHS recommendations for safer school operations, most recently updated and published on August 13th, and the guidance for COVID prevention in schools, most recently updated August 5th. Additionally, I believe you have on your computer something I think we all look at least on a daily basis, or each time Mr. Francis updates it for us, which is our coronavirus tracker, which tracks our Livonia data, Wayne County, Michigan positivity rate and growth tracker. And that really we've had in place since, I believe, mid-March 2020? It feels like most of your life, yes, but we appreciate Mr. Francis keeping that up. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to take some time this evening and to really take a look at these recommendations that have been made for schools. Again, this guidance has come out since we last discussed this, and one of the things I know that the board was desirous of doing, and certainly our administrative team, was really taking a look through that guidance and determining whether or not any modifications should be made to our mitigation measures. And so I'm actually going to ask us to initially take a look at the most recent guidance that came out on Friday, August 13th, from the MDHHS. Because although the CDC guidance is certainly over the past 18 months has been helpful to schools, it does cover our entire country, and so sometimes it is not as narrow as each state may like, although there is some information certainly in there with regard to layered mitigation measures that each school I know has utilized extensively over the past year and a half. So first I'll start with our focus on getting our kiddos the opportunity to be back in school this year. If we just pause for a moment, I know as a parent, there is no one more important to us than our children. I have 2 children of my own. They probably, I don't know if they'd like being called children, but they are mine, even though they're grown adults. And so we know that advocacy for your child is something that comes from a place of caring deeply about their well-being. And we share that around this table. We share that around this table. And so one of the first things we were really wanted to make a concerted effort was have the opportunity to get as many of our students back in person, back with us, learning and growing, being able to provide the academic supports, the social emotional supports, and the opportunity for socialization with their peers, and to return to school in person. We certainly respect the choice that some of our families have made to remain in a virtual curriculum, but we know the overwhelming majority of our folks, we had about 4,000 choose Livonia Virtual last year, and so the overwhelming majority of those students will be coming back with us. And so our focus really over the past several weeks has been on what will that experience look like in the classroom. So we think about it from the perspective of a student, we think about it from the perspective of a teacher, of a food service worker, of a principal. What are all of the things we need to consider? And masks are certainly one element of that. But there are many elements that we need to take a look at. There are a lot of things that changed for our kiddos over the past year when they were back in person with us, how they were seated in the classroom, whether or not they could come to carpet for circle time and story time. Generally, that's at the elementary grades, so we don't do that very often with high schoolers. We had, our students sitting individually, where in many cases, we usually have our students, especially in the elementary grades, in desks that are in clusters and working together, working at small group tables with their teacher. And so I know one of the things that our team has had an opportunity to talk quite a bit about over the past several weeks is the importance of those experiences being in place for our learners, being in place for our students. As we think about this year 3 of impact, 2 years ago, if we think about a second grader, right, that about 2/3 of the way into their kindergarten year, we shut down school, home, virtual the remainder of the year. Their first grade year was impacted in different ways. Perhaps they were virtual all year, perhaps they were in person with us when we were able to be in person. And as they're heading into their second grade year, we're still really looking at emerging from this pandemic and looking at the opportunities we can give them to have as rich and meaningful learning experience as possible. So again, that does start with the opportunity to provide in-person learning and to think about all of the elements that take place in a classroom. So again, I know that we're pretty focused on the mask wearing mitigation measure, and appropriately so. But there are a lot of different measures that we are having conversation about over these past several weeks, and as we move forward with regard to the setup in our lunchrooms, the setup in our classrooms, arrival dismissal, having kids be able to play together on recess. Remember, they were cohorted last year. And so one of the things we needed to take a look at was, as we look at what's called layering prevention measures, what are those high impact strategies that we need to take a look at, and which ones do we want to have in place for our students so that we can have as many of these important elements of their classroom experience in place as possible. So I will just have us take a moment to take a look at the guidance that came out on Friday. Because we've had a number of questions about this guidance, asking whether or not we have seen it. We indeed have. We do receive these usually a bit in advance, and we review them pretty immediately when they come out. And I know some of the questions, even amongst some of our board team, that folks had was whether or not whether or not masking is required. In the first paragraph, it refers to especially, talking about the fact that many students have yet to be vaccinated and students under 12 are not eligible. Layered prevention measures, including universal masking, must be put in place for consistent in-person learning to be maintained and to keep kids, staff, and families safe. So as we first read through that was one of the first elements that we took a look at. Then we moved a little further down and looked at the recommendations of the MDHHS that talks about schools adopting policies to promote vaccinations for eligible students, staff, and families, require universal masking for all students, staff, and visitors, and implement layered prevention measures as outlined below. So again, as we read through those are recommendations strongly recommended by our MDHHS. We went through and reviewed all of the COVID prevention strategies, and again, they range from screening and testing, ventilation. We spent quite a bit of time last year talking about our enhanced HVAC systems, the amount of time our air turns over in each of our classrooms, each hour, the hand washing, the cleaning techniques. Many of those elements are prevention strategies, and I'll ask Mr. Francis to talk about that in just a few minutes. But many of those strategies are strategies we will continue because they are good practices for our students to keep them healthy and to keep them safe. And then I'd like us to spend a few minutes, because this is something I know that our board has asked about and members of our community have asked about, which is how do we go about making the decisions about which layered prevention strategies should be in place for our learners. So if I have you take a look at page 4, and it's marked on the back, it really talks about school administrators considering multiple factors when they make decisions, and that robust layering strategies will consider the following primary factors. And so one of the questions we've been asked a number of times is, so what data do you look at? What information are you utilizing? And these are really the key areas that we have been looking at. The level of community transmission of COVID, and that is where we follow our COVID tracker, again, following the daily number of cases, a 7-day rolling average in the positive cases per 100,000 for Livonia, Wayne County, and Michigan, as well as the positivity rate for Wayne County. The second piece is COVID-19 vaccination coverage in the community among students, teachers, and staff. Reviewing if there are COVID-19 outbreaks or increasing trends in our school or surrounding community, and the ages of the children served in the school and risk associated with school extracurricular or social activities. So really taking a look at the case data within your community, the COVID vaccination coverage, whether or not there are outbreaks or increasing trends, and then again, taking into account the ages of the students served. And Vice President Johnson, Dr. Terrill, and I had the opportunity to meet with about 24 community leaders on, I believe it was Thursday, August 5th. And so at that meeting, we had the opportunity to hear from medical professionals, the chief medical officer at St. Mary Mercy Hospital. We had an opportunity to hear from a member of the state of Michigan, MDHHS, and it also had an opportunity to hear from members of our city team who have been involved in the vaccination effort. And one of the things that they spoke quite a bit about is the ability for vaccinations to play an important role in the recovery from this pandemic. And that we have a certain portion in the schools of our population that are not able to access that vaccination. And really Vice President Johnson or Dr. Terrell, you can jump in at any time. But some of the data that they shared with us surrounded whether or not individuals were masked or not masked when they are not able to be protected with the vaccination, and the importance of taking a look at that population, which really coincides with that last bullet, which is considering the primary factor of ages of children served in the school. So these are some factors that we've looked at, not only the guidance from MDHHS and that had come out from the CDC. We also continued to review our mask and mitigation measures, and we've really tried to be learners over the past several weeks. We know this is an important topic to our families, to our community, to our educators, and especially on behalf of the children that we serve. And I don't think there's anyone around this table, I don't think there's anyone in this room that doesn't want to get this right. I know we all have that shared commitment. As I begin my 32nd year in Livonia Public Schools, there is nothing more important to me than making sure that we care for the children entrusted to us, we educate them well, and we really look at the whole child. And so I don't doubt anyone's commitment to wanting to do the right thing for the children we serve. So one of the things we wanted to do this evening was have an opportunity for our board, members of our cabinet team, to really have some discussion about what have we learned, has our thinking evolved, changed, been considered differently since our July 26th meeting, with the additional guidance that we've received, with the learning that we've done, the research that we've done, and are there any modifications to our mitigation measures that we want to consider. So I'll pause there for a moment and just open it up to dialogue amongst our board and our cabinet team.
I just want to point out that just to clarify, there isn't a finished fall mitigation measure document that has draft slapped across it, and that was from our last meeting that we discussed. So we're still working in that mode. So just moving forward with that.
And although it's approaching closely, we still have a few more weeks, and we are getting close. I know we want to certainly narrow those areas in, be able to communicate that to our families and to our staff and our school leaders.
Board members, Mr. Centers.
Well, thank you for kind of laying out what we've received. And I actually have been doing a lot of thinking about this, and I wrote it kind of my thoughts down, which is unusual for me. But since we met a few weeks ago, like we discussed, some things have changed. The recommendations that you addressed are here. With the research in the Delta has shown that it's more contagious because the replication rate is so much higher than the previous strains of COVID-19. Doctors compare it to chickenpox. I think we've all seen that on the news. So that really raises concern with the entire school population, but especially for children who are under 12, like we said, who don't have the opportunity to get vaccinated yet. Well, the surge in Michigan has not been as large as some other states. It's clear that we're experiencing an upward trend. That's unsettling for me. We've seen more cases with children, too, being reported, which also is very concerning. With the first wave, we didn't see that at all. So I saw something from the American Association of Pediatrics that said the week of July 22nd, 19% of cases were from children, which would be a big change from what we'd seen in the past. So as a school board member, my first priority is always to student safety. Also, the other thing is student learning. And thinking about those two things, how are we keeping students the most safe? And how are we keeping them learning? Especially after we saw last year, we saw that in-person learning is so important to our students. So for those reasons, I think we should have students en masse. There's a study that came out from the University of Michigan last week that was part of the MDHHS presentation that looked at an infectious child in a classroom of 25 students. And they looked at how long it would take to have a 50% chance of transmission, Without masks, depending on the age of the child, that's like 2 to 3 hours. With partial masking, it's 18 to 24 hours. With complete masking, it's 89 to 120 hours. So the data shows that the transmission with the masks does make a big difference. So that being said, I think we should evaluate the data monthly to see when masking mitigations are maybe no longer needed. So considering the current factors we're facing, I do think, though, that would be the most impactful mitigation that we could do. Thank you.
Other board members? Excuse me. Anybody like to weigh in? I'll share a few thoughts.
I can wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
You were already.
Nope. Okay. I think that safety is paramount to everybody, but I think that it's important to recognize that safety for children comes in more than just COVID safety or more than just physical safety. And when I think of safety for a child, and I think it's been shown through a microscope, at least to me and I believe to others, over this past year, that safety is definitely physical. We think of physical first, but it's also social, emotional, it's mental safety, and it's academic safety. And we are responsible for all of those simultaneously. And that's where it gets complicated. If every child presented exactly the same way, then safety would be easy. But we have 14,000 students, and we have 2,000 staff. And depending on what each individual student's specific needs are, or their home, the needs are of the members that they live in their home with or their extended family, safety looks different to different people. And I think that we've learned that. We kind of knew it, but we experienced it, we as a world experienced it through a microscope over this past year. So when I think of safety, absolutely, safety comes first, but safety doesn't always look the same to every child that we might look at. For some folks, for some children, the physical safety is paramount because they may have immunocompromised family members or be at risk themselves. To some folks, to some children, it may be mental health. To some who went into this pandemic completely stable kids and now are in extreme emotional and or mental distress. It depends on the person. So when absolutely safety is paramount, but for me, I want to always consider that there are several ways to look at safety, and depending on who you are, depends on which one is the most important. The only group that I would be that has given me pause is our elementary students, because they have not been given the opportunity to mask yet. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit frustrated with some of our health institutions, because what's happened to school boards throughout the state of Michigan is that it's clear that our governor, for several months, we weren't given any direction whatsoever, yet we were charged with making plans for the school year. And parents were rightly so approaching this district saying, we need to know what's going on. And I don't blame parents, they did need to know what's going on. We were not being given any guidance from any of these state health institutions, whether it be the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, the Wayne County Health Department, or our governor, who has made some health decisions in the past. So our school board went ahead with, and our superintendent and cabinet team and administrative team prepared recommendations for the year, brought them to our school board at this meeting about a month ago, and we began to take steps going forward. Wouldn't you know, the very next day, then we get recommendations. And I don't have any problem with recommendations. I'm pleased that they were given. The problem I have is that that the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services has made health recommendations clearly would not mandate. I mean, that's been very clear. And many districts have gone back to health departments saying, if you were going to mandate this, please mandate it. If you're not, then give us recommendations or guidance, but be clear with us. And it was very clear that these were recommendations. They were absolutely not going to mandate, and they very directly said it is up to individual school districts and individual school boards and a combination of those efforts, of those teams, the school board and school administration, to make the final decisions. And that's perfectly fine. They said they want it to be local control. I am an enormous advocate of local control because what's going on in Livonia might look very different than what's going on in Kalamazoo or in the Upper Peninsula. So for local control for most decisions, I think is very, very appropriate. And frankly, I think this is one that local control is appropriate for. What I have a problem with is Health and Human Services gave that responsibility to school districts. So we made we took recommendations and we made the call based on our data in Livonia. What was going on, as Mrs. Oquist said, our vaccination rates, our case rates, which at that point were low and stable, they hadn't moved for 2 months. They were between 1.5 and 2 cases per 100,000 for 2 months straight without a movement. As soon as districts then did what Health and Human Services asked us to do, we made decisions based on the data that we had. Then Health and Human Services said we were irresponsible if we did not do what they said, what they were recommending. That I have a problem with. Either make the decision as Health and Human Services, and I'm fine with that, or turn the decision over to local control for local entities to make the decision, I'm fine with that. But I do not think that it's fair for Health and Human Services to advocate that, or to advocate the decision-making to local districts and then vilify the districts for the decisions that they make. I don't think that that's right. But that is the situation that every school district in the state of Michigan has found themselves. We have, since we were told to make the decisions, then we were given more guidance by Health and Human Services, by the CDC, and even those things didn't change my mind a whole lot. What began to change my mind a bit was the fact that Livonia's numbers that were low and stable and not moving, that 1.5 to 2, began to tick upward. So we are right now at approximately 10 cases per 100,000 on a 7-day rolling average. We're at 11.
Because the weekend came through, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually, if you want to know the current ones, I was able to get it in there.
We had a 0 yesterday and a 24 today, so it's probably averaged.
12, yeah.
It's 12, yeah.
So it's 12.66.
Okay, so we're 12.66 as of today. To me, that's the piece of data that is significant in Livonia. I'm thankful that we've heard from a very high number of folks in our community. And we know without a doubt that there are folks who want masks mandated on everybody. We know without a doubt we have some community members who don't want masks on anybody and don't even want us to offer vaccine clinics on our premises. And we have a good number of folks also who are in the middle, who are content with masks being the choice of the individual family or staff. So we're clear, at least I'm clear on what our community wants, which is everything from A to Z. And everybody who's advocating for those things is looking to us with safety in mind. Because again, it goes back to what's safest for their child. And that's most important to them. And I get it. So different perspectives put safety in a different order. What's changed my mind a bit is the fact that Livonia's specific COVID numbers are beginning to tick upward. They are not alarming yet, but they are definitely going upward over these last few weeks. To me, it's interesting and it's consistent almost every day. And thank you to Mr. Francis for supplying, for gathering the information on a every day or two basis. We get an update on that. But it's interesting to me that of the three, Livonia, State of Michigan, and Wayne County, they go in that order as far as the case numbers, almost without fail every single day, with Livonia being the lowest, State of Michigan being next, and Wayne County being highest, which tells me that if Livonia is lowest, there must be other communities inside Wayne County that are significantly higher than State of Michigan for them to pull Wayne County's average up above Michigan. So again, it's important to me to look at what's going on in Wayne County and look at Michigan, but it's most important for me to look at what's going on in Livonia, because ours are consistently on the lowest end of that. That being said, if they are going upward, I am not as concerned about those who have had the opportunity to get vaccinated as I am the pocket of kids who have not had that opportunity yet. The day cannot come soon enough for me for our 2 to 12s to be able to be vaccinated, or our 2 to 11s to be able to be vaccinated. But right now, they are not yet. Because they're not being given that opportunity to be vaccinated, I think it's worth looking at having masks on our elementary students, provided that we have some kind of at minimum, a check-in point, and at maximum, an exit strategy on that, because it can't just be open-ended without a plan. If we are going to put a mask mandate in our elementary schools, I would like to see what our plan is for metrics that we're looking at in order to reassess that and find out if it's still worth doing. Because if our numbers, I anticipate that this curve that we're in right now is going to reverse at some point, but nobody in this room knows when that will be, whether that will be next week it goes back down or 2 months from now it goes back down. But I do, if we are going to entertain masks on our elementary students, then I would want to have some kind of an exit strategy before we begin that process, not later. I would not want just a vague open-ended. And those are my thoughts at this time. Mrs. Jarvis.
Thank you, President Burton. We've had the unique opportunity to start planning a plan and then immediately start revising the plan, because part of our plan included revisions. From the time that we started last year, we always left that door open, that we would watch the data and be free to make changes as we see that need. And lo and behold, the data has changed from the time that we first thought about this plan, which, as President Burton said, that was a nice steady period with no growth in those numbers. And, you know, before you can say Bob's your uncle, the numbers start going up again. We do have some division in our community, in our state, in our nation, regarding mitigation measures, including mask usage. But when you're dealing with making plans and solving problems, you start by looking for common ground. And I think that in our community, we can all agree on 2 points. We can agree that we want students back learning in person, and that this is our top priority, our number one goal. And the second thing that we can all agree on is that the virus is real. Everything we do in terms of mitigation, we should do with these 2 premises in mind. We should always ask ourselves, everything that we're going to look at, does it meet that goal of getting back in person, keeping students in the classroom? And does it also keep in line with the fact that the virus is real? And when we look on those 2 premises and those 2 points, we can more easily determine which options will work and how we can support those 2 premises. So, for example, to facilitate in-person learning in the presence of a real virus, we have to control and eliminate, if possible, the spread of disease. We have to keep members of our school community well. And if possible, reduce or eliminate close contact quarantine, because that doesn't keep kids in the classroom. All of these can be achieved through mask wearing. They can also be achieved through vaccination. Not everyone is eligible for vaccination, but everyone is eligible to wear a mask. This being the case, I would support, as Mr. Centers had said, a minimum of mandating mask usage in K through 12 or K through 6 for the under 12-year-olds, because they are not eligible for vaccinations. I would strongly support universal mask wearing in the district until our numbers are reduced again, because that mask usage will help bring that around. Thank you.
Mrs. Bonnefield.
I have a couple of things, so I'm gonna go one by one so that I don't go through a whole bunch of stuff. So confuse everybody. So the first thing, we heard it mentioned that in the spring, we required a decision from our parents on whether or not to go virtual or in person. And the frustration that now that the virus seems to be on the rise, that we aren't able to provide that option this year. And if someone could maybe address why and how it's just, we can't turn that on a dime for staffing and other purposes, and why it's unfortunate, but we can't provide virtual learning, a change in virtual learning. I know there's a couple of classes that we are doing. Is there anybody that can address why that's not an option right now?
Mr.
Sure.
Mackey?
I'm sorry.
So our typical staffing process to build schedules for both secondary and elementary take place at the end of the prior school year, because there's a significant logistical puzzle to solve in putting that all together, and in comparing your enrollment from building to building and so forth. You have to have the people. And you have to be able to put, particularly at the secondary level, we saw, we were initially leaning into this summer hoping to have a virtual option, the Livonia virtual for secondary. Lots of folks started to opt out. It became untenable because you can't build a master schedule in the high schools in a way that kids can actually get into the courses that they want or need. So that simply became untenable, and we couldn't go forward with it because you can't get kids into classes. As it goes with the elementary, again, you need, it's not something you can just do overnight because you have to have folks who can actually teach the classes. And as it stands now, we have some postings out there to fill some LV positions in the elementary classes for the classes that we have currently created. So creating something new mid-summer, late summer, super late summer, going into the next school year becomes a massive logistical problem. Hiring has taken place all summer long. Folks are picking up jobs all across the state, out of state, et cetera. And so your pools start to really, really shrink. We pride ourselves here in this district, as I'm sure all districts do, in going out and trying to get the very best for our kids. That becomes harder as you get into a school year. And we certainly don't want to create a situation where we put together classes that might meet the needs of somebody in terms of your child being able to stay home and avoid the school environment, but not necessarily perfectly meet the needs educationally because we don't have a great product there, because we couldn't staff it the way we wanted to, et cetera. It's just, you need lead time to put these things together. It's all but impossible to do it as you actually head into the start of a school year. Does that help? I hope.
So my second concern is we've really sort of put all our eggs in a basket regarding, and we keep talking about our 12 and unders not having the vaccination available. Some of my research has shown that it may come to light that because of the low risk factors to our 12 and unders and the unknowns with the vaccine, that it may not, the risk versus benefits for our 12 and unders may not warrant approval for the vaccine of 12 and under. Therefore, my concern is that we keep talking about let's mask our kids until they have the opportunity to get vaccinated. And if we take that stance, and that's our qualifier, what happens 6 months from now, or a year from now, or 18 months from now, or 2 years from now, when our 12 and unders don't have that opportunity to be vaccinated? Are we going to continue to mask our children based on that argument? The second part of that is, honestly, for myself, I was very, very hesitant to become vaccinated. But again, my, risk versus reward analysis, I made the decision to be vaccinated. I'm glad I did it. I'm still not 100% convinced that it was the right thing for me to do, but in this current situation, it's what I chose to do. And therefore, I look at the risk factors as a parent, and again, this is putting all our eggs in a basket that we can take the masks off when our kids become vaccinated, is when the 12 and under vaccine becomes available, are we going to get the kind of coverage that we need in order to say, yep, we're vaccinated enough to take our masks off? So I'm not advocating right now for or against the mask. I'm just saying I think that if we base our decision based on the vaccination rates, that we're putting ourselves into a possible position where we can't go back and say, well, it's not going to happen, or, well, we couldn't get all the kids vaccinated, but it's time to take the masks off. And one of the other things is that I'd like to consider as well is that we can't vaccinate ourselves out of the COVID. This is this is like the flu. This is not smallpox, where it's only transmissible for humans, where we can vaccinate ourselves into a smallpox-free world, or our almost polio-free world. We live and sometimes die because of the flu, and we can't stop it. Some of us decide to get vaccinated, and some of us don't. We have times when we have to close the schools because the flu just gets out of control. Sometimes the vaccination is great for the flu. Sometimes we get variants that the vaccinations don't work for the flu that comes through for that year. Again, I'm concerned that we're using vaccinations as our benchmark or our silver bullet for getting out of this. I understand about the transmission rates. I think that we talk about slowing the spread, but in our minds, we think about not getting sick, and I don't think that those are just some of the things I think that we really need to decide on. And if we don't go down the road of putting masks on our students beginning in the fall, I agree that we need to have a clear set of guidelines on how we're going to, where we're going to make the changes so that we can move forward. For a lot of kids, it's very difficult with masks. I hate it when we sit here in our meetings. I can't hear people, I can't understand people, I can't see their facial expressions. And for young children and young adults to not be able to be provided that sort of interaction with people, I think as President Burton alluded to, I mean, there's a lot of social and emotional issues that come from, I know it sounds weird, but from wearing masks, we're covering people's faces, and it makes it very difficult. That's all I have for right now.
Mrs. Bradford.
Thank you. I'm tremendously proud of what our district has accomplished in the last year regarding our mitigation measures and strategies that we used in the past during this COVID outbreak. And it took a lot of hard work for us to get to this common ground and mitigation measures. Some of these mitigation measures last year, again, were mandated by our governor, okay, and then they were lifted by our governor. So we've gone the gamut of where we want people in masks, and now we can take them off. And if you look at last year, I look at the year last summer, I can remember, again, we were out of masks for a while. Our rates were down, they were lowered. Just like we have this summer, we were able to get out of the masks, we were able to enjoy the fresh air, and do the things that we want to do. I think of things of what is our goal? Our goal is to keep our kids in-person learning. Maintaining in-person learning is what our goal is, and doing it in the best way we can to secure that we won't be shutting down, forced to some buildings to maybe not be able to attend school due to kids being sick, and it's the transmission. We don't have a crystal ball, we don't know, but I can say what we did in the past, all last year, worked. It worked well. It served us well. Was it perfect? No. Did our mitigation measures, did we enjoy wearing masks and doing some of the things we did, like not being able, our little ones not being able to sit at the carpet, not being able to eat together? No, it was difficult, it was arduous, it was hard on all our students. But again, I look at that and I think our goal is to keep us and maintain in-person learning. And how do we do that in the best way possible? We've really looked at lots of different options, and we get guidance from the MDHSSA or MDHHS, whatever, and we get guidance from the CDC. We look at all different aspects of the rates and what's it look like in Livonia. Right now, yes, it's increasing, but is it increasing enough for us to all require masking for everybody? That's the question. Do we go ahead and say, I think in the conscious and our safety measures, maybe we should go ahead and include universal masking? I look at it and I think this is hard because it's fluid and things change on a dime. Just like we said last month, goodness, we came out with these measures, we thought we were doing well, and then boom, the next day, totally different. It's a different look, it's a different way, it's just the recommendations, and I agree, the state and everybody who's putting these on, they're telling us one thing, but they're not mandating, they're recommending, and that is frustrating. I agree with President Burton when they say, it's a recommendation, but you better be in a mask. I mean, come on, that doesn't make sense. But I then go back to what worked last year. We aren't out of this problem we're in. Will we ever get out of it? Like Tammy said, goodness, this could go on, and we're gonna continue to mask our kids. But I agree we need to look at the numbers and take a look at that. But when I go back and forth, I mean, it's like in my mind, I want to do one thing, and then I go back and say, but we need to be and trust ourselves. We've got 14,000 students and 2,000 staff, and our goal is to stay in school. And how are we going to get to that goal? And if you look at all the guidance that's coming out, they're recommendations. Maybe they can't mandate anymore, but they're recommendations, they're strong, and I think they come with some credence. I think they know. If you look at other states and other areas of our nation, we see what's happening in some of these areas, and we have to be cognizant of that this could be coming. The variant will be coming. It's a matter of when and how will we mitigate these measures. So I look to the past because I can't predict the future, and I look and I say, we did a great job last year. Did we like it? No. But did we like putting a mask on? Did we like it? No. But we can still, I think we could still be able to do it. And the fact that 12-year-olds or 11 and under don't even have an option of vaccinating is a real issue for me. I think that because of that, for sure, those students and staff should be in masks. Whether we go all the way, personally, I think we should go all the way K-12. I know that's not a popular choice. Maybe it is for some, maybe it isn't, because again, there's no right or wrong answer here. And I also want to say how much I appreciate this dialogue we're having in a respectful manner, that people aren't making fun of other people or, calling people out for what they feel, because everybody has an opinion and no one's wrong. No, and it's just how we look at and view things. But the point is, we're sitting here, we have to decide what's the best for our students this year, and it's not an easy answer. I would be on the lowest level, I would say 11 and unders, I would like to see in masks. I would also like to see K-12 in masks, but again, I sit on a board with many differing opinions. We have a community with many different opinions, and I think we can try to get to some type of common ground or do the best that we can for the decisions we're making. So that's why we're sitting here. That's why people elect us to make difficult decisions, and we have to do the best we can. And I think all 7 of us have varying opinions, as is everybody in this city of Livonia has different opinions, and across the state. We have to respect everybody's opinions as best we can. And I think I would promote vaccinating. That would be our best defense against what we're trying to accomplish here. If for eligible students, if you could please vaccinate, I think that's really, really important. And I'm a fan of the universal masking, even though I hate it. I don't like to put this thing on, and I know it's tough on our kids. I know it's tough on our staff. But again, last year we did it. We made it through, and we did it. And we were able to keep our kids in school and keep them safe. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. But, I don't know. I'm proud to serve with everybody here and proud of whatever decision that we come to. I know we'll do it well, and we'll do it with respect and with dignity, and that's what we need to do for the kids. This is for the students. It's for our kids, and we want to keep them as safe as we can and be able to stay in school.
Other members? Mr. Johnson, and then Mrs. Acosta.
Thank you, Mrs. Burton. I'll try not to be too disjointed in my comments and not reiterate everything that you had said. But you get out of government nowadays is confusion. Early on, the government, the Department of Health, the CDC, were quick to tell us what to do. Now they take the position that, well, we're going to make recommendations, but you make the decision. I think that's irresponsible on their part, but that's what you get out of government. I also want to acknowledge and recognize that we have received multiple emails from all over the board. We read every one of those that come in. And as I said, they run the entire gamut. The problem that I have is, in my earlier life, I was a trial attorney, and I dealt with facts. The problem that you have here, and I've read and read and read and listened, nobody's consistent. You don't know. For instance, someone can come to me and say, well, we should have masks, and here's my evidence for it. And they can give me a handful of articles that support that position. But on the other hand, someone who doesn't want masks will come to me and say, here's my support for no masks. And they're both by experts in the field. So how are we as laypersons to know what is and isn't true and accurate? That makes the decisions extremely difficult. And I think you've seen that here because everybody has an opinion. Some follow others' opinions, some follow someone else. I, for one, and maybe it's because I'm a little bit older, I don't like people telling me what to do. I just don't think that's the way to get things done. On the other hand, I see the numbers and I see the upticks that seem to be happening. It's not huge, but they're creeping in that direction. But I don't know what's causing it. We get told, as I said, by various experts as to what we should be doing. I have a very good friend who has been a pulmonologist for 45 years. And what does COVID affect? The lungs. He transplants lungs for a living. And he can't even tell me whether masks do or don't affect people and whether or not you can get it, even if you wear a mask. So I don't know. I don't have the answers. I'm concerned with our little ones' mental health by requiring them to have a mask. I hear different things. Well, it affects their mental health, and others say, well, a lot of the kids don't care. They live with the masks, they wear them, it's no big deal to them. I don't know. I just don't have those answers. In my view, I think this is a decision that should be left to the parents as to whether or not their children should wear a mask. And whatever you decide, respect the other person's right to either wear a mask or not wear a mask. And the problem I have with wearing the mask is if you're vaccinated, and again, I don't want to get too much on the soapbox, but it sends the wrong message about vaccinations. If I have to wear a mask, why get vaccinated? I think they're telling us, they're sending the wrong message. But to me, it's an individual decision that the parents are in the best position to know what's right and wrong for their children. That's the way I feel about it. On the other hand, I do have concern about the under 12 that can't get vaccinated. My position on that, I think, is again, it's up to the parents if they want the children vaccinated. As a mandate, I'm not in favor of them. But I think we have to keep an eye on where these numbers are going. If they continue to go in this direction and they go much higher than they are, I might have to sit back and reevaluate my position. But at this point, that's the way I feel on it. Thank you, President Burton.
Thank you. Mrs. Acosta?
Thank you. I want to start by saying that I do echo pretty much what President Burton spoke on in her entirety. What I would like to add is that last year I was in the classroom with first grade students at the beginning of the school year. And I remember, everyone was masked, and they were to stay in their respective spaces, and all of that. It wasn't a robust educational experience for our students last year. And I'm excited to see that we're moving in that direction this year. And for me, that weighs heavier than anything else, that experience that our students will have, that they can interact with their peers in a normal social way. What will it take for that to happen? That's where these mitigation measures are what we want to consider. Because for me, that's why we're sending them to school. We don't really want to send them to just sit and not interact with their peers, right? That's part of that learning process. So that's important to me. What I wanted to say too is the language, when the recommendations came out, it starts off, as you were saying, Superintendent Oquist, that, the strong, well, originally it was a recommendation, then strongly recommended. So it's, I'm thinking that if there's an uptick, that language will change again. And then we will be faced with this decision or revision one more time. But within this, even as they were recommending, strongly recommending, if you read further down, it still says for districts to look at their own rates and their own transmission levels. And so I want us to speak more on where do we look in terms of those metrics.
Mrs. Oquist, I'm going to turn it over to you at this point because I believe all board members have spoken.
So one of the things that I think would be helpful in guidance for us, first of all, I want to just open it up if any of our team wanted to weigh in on any particular item to either clarify information, share information that you think is important. Okay. So one of the things that I think would be helpful is to coalesce around a determination so that we can begin to build our entire plan in a more final form for our leaders. So we will be meeting with all of our school leaders on Wednesday for the full day. Part of that is really to, as we said, masks are one layer of the mitigation strategies. The way we do lunch, the way we run classrooms, the small group, large group, individual instruction. There are multiple elements, and when we make those determinations of what school looks like for kids at all levels, it takes many voices in that room. So one of the things that I know our team felt would be helpful would be to come out of this evening having a sense of, and I've tried to take pretty copious notes on where everyone is, and whether or not we could coalesce around a determination with regard to at least mask wearing. And so what I'm trying to do is listen carefully to where we may be on that, and I believe we're in a bit of a range, which is, not at all surprising. But what would be helpful to me is if we could identify whether or not the two pieces that I thought I heard in common amongst a number of board members, but not all, was either desire or willingness to consider an elementary level mask requirement for a time-limited period that was accompanied by some type of, was referred to either as a check-in point or an exit strategy, where we were monitoring those data points of our local case data, vaccination coverage, whether or not we had outbreaks or increasing trends, and again, consideration of the ages of the students served in the school. So it would be helpful to me if we felt we were at a point where we can do that, or if you feel that you need more time or review of data before we can coalesce around that element. President Burton.
Did anybody else want to jump in first?
I didn't mean to call on her. I didn't mean to call on you, President Burton.
Nope,
I know
that's
you call on-
fine.
I know you call on
That's
us.
fine. I'm willing to again, if we're looking at masking at the elementary level, I do feel strongly that we need to follow the metrics that you just stated, which are vaccination rates in our community, the COVID level cases in our community, meaning in Livonia specifically, and whether there are outbreaks in our schools or not. These are all, again, things that we've been following diligently as a LPS team. I'm willing to start off with a short period of time of masking on our elementary students, perhaps to the end of September, and see what it looks like. What do those metrics look like at the end of that point? That gives us almost 2 months from right now. In a 2-month period, COVID trends that are moving show us where they're going. We will know much more by the end of September than we do today, as far as where it's going in our schools. We will have had experience with masks in our schools. We will have 2 more months of data, or nearly 2 more months of data in our community with where that COVID number is going. I'm willing to entertain that. I'm not a fan of masking on the whole, but that's the one piece that I could swallow. Other than that, I really do believe heavily in parents having choice, and I do believe very, very heavily in not mandating a mask for an individual who has already been vaccinated. But seeing as our elementary students don't have that option for vaccination yet, that is the pivoting point for me. I could entertain that if we're looking at, say, end of September, we reconvene on this topic and we see what does the data look like in Livonia specifically. Not just Wayne County, not just state of Michigan. I want to know what Livonia looks like. Mr. Centers, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I think, what you said there is really thoughtful. I think the most concerning population, I think many of us would say, would be the younger ones who are unable to be vaccinated. And we know that should we see cases in schools at upper levels, the superintendent can, make determinations of what needs to be done there. Hopefully that's not the case. So ultimately, I think, I congratulate this board on trying to find some common ground here that, is thoughtful about the kids. And I think that is probably a good place to go, personally.
Mrs. Acosta, did you have your hand up next?
Yes, I wanted to add also, sorry, someone had. Okay, that, yes, all of those, I agree with both of your statements, and, being specific about what is the number that we're looking at, maybe not specifically a number, but a specific target of where we get to move to the option for parents to have a choice, and, what would be that determining factor.
Mrs. Bradford and then Mrs. Bonnefield? Mrs. Jarvis.
Thank you. With Mrs. Acosta's, to adding to that, so if we were requiring 11 and unders to start off wearing masks, when you go to 12 and higher, what will be I guess I would like to see, if we do see numbers, when is it appropriate to possibly institute requirement for a mask and how will we know? I guess, that's the one thing that it's hard to grapple with. 12, we came out with the 12 and over available for vaccine, and then we said, well, if you get vaccinated, you won't have to wear a mask, and that's what's so frustrating is now they've come out with the guidance that really everybody should be universally masked. So I guess that, I don't know. I mean, I would be willing to go definitely with the 11 and unders, but I wonder what it will look like at middle school and high school, what that will look like and how the kids will, and staff, how that will all work, with allowing them choice. And at what point do we, would we need to possibly make a change, or maybe we don't, or would we, I'm not clear as to how that might look, allowing, if you have kids that are in elementary and you have in a family and you have kids that are in middle school and one of them's wearing a mask and the other one gets an option, to me, I don't know, I think that can get a little fuzzy, but that's just my opinion. I guess that's why I would, go back to, I don't know. It's just such a tough concept, but I would be willing to look at definitely 11 and under, but I don't know.
Mrs. Bonfield, and then Mrs. Jarvis.
Frustrating.
So I think we've been talking a lot, again, about the age of those eligible for vaccination. I think we really need to clarify that we're talking, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're talking K-6 when we talk 11 and under. So is a parent of a young 5, my child was older, I don't want it to be taken that, well, if you have a 12-year-old that's in 6th grade, if we make masks mandatory, that this is grade level based, not age based. So I think that this discussion may have led to some confusion. So I think we need to try and make sure that when we're talking about it, we're talking about grade levels and not about ages. The second thing, I just want to remind parents that, we've heard from numerous stakeholders or parents that their kids have had, physical issues with wearing masks for a number of different reasons, and that if we do have a mask mandate, that parents, if their student cannot tolerate a mask, have the availability to work with the school and their doctor to come up with an agreeable solution and to look at what that's going to be. So if we do mandate masks for K-6 and there are students that cannot tolerate a mask for whatever reason it might be, that to remind parents that they need to work with the school in a respectful manner to make sure that their children are safe. And again, I think Mrs. Burton is the one who talked about every parent and every student safety looks different for each person, but I beg everyone, please, the people who work in our district are second to none, and if we are kind and respectful with each other, there's always a solution to a problem.
Mrs. Jarvis?
Thank you. I appreciate the thoughts that everyone is bringing to the table. There's a lot of research, there's a lot of passion, and those are all important. Mrs. Bonifield mentioned about what we would consider for exit strategy or determining at which point masks might not be as critical and we could relax a bit. I know your concern was about using vaccination numbers, but I don't remember anybody mentioning that strategy. And you're right, it would be, in my opinion, a weak strategy, and that we would be better advised to look at actual spread of the disease and keep track of, as you say, President Burton, the Livonia numbers. Those are critical to us. And I think there's already a system out there that breaks numbers into the spread categories of substantial, low risk, and so on. And maybe we could utilize that rather than reinventing the wheel and base our mask strategies on transitions between those categories. If we improve And there are some school districts that are already using that system, and maybe we can borrow from them. We don't have to reinvent something that's already existing and looks like it's a really functional system. I'm also pleased that we are looking towards our previous successes. We worked hard last year. We came up with something we had never done before. And despite a few glitches here and there, for the most part, it worked. We can't ignore that. That was really, really good work. It was strong work on our whole administration. And it doesn't have to be limited to 1 year. We can take the things that we did really, really well and start there. And I'd also like to keep that door open so that we can be flexible and continue tweaking as we need to. I don't want us to feel like we're locked into any particular strategy. You know, we're not each other's enemies. Our enemy is the virus. And whatever it takes for us to address that enemy successfully is what we need to do. Thank you.
Dr. Terrell.
Thank you very much. I just also wanted to speak to Mrs. Bonifield's point about students with medical exemptions for wearing masks. So I would work with local physicians as well as our school nurse, Nicole Feldot, in working in conjunction with that physician in what the medical exemption would be. Asthma, for example. We had a few students for the 2021 school year who did have medical exemptions for masks, and we worked with the families if we were able to train students to wear masks for some of our students who had some sensory integration concerns. If they were a medical exemption, then we had the face shields, if you recall, some of the face shields that we had early on in the year. So we still have those available for our students. And again, our nurse, our school nurse, myself, we work with those outside physicians for medical exemptions for our students.
Mr. Francis. Thank you, Dr. Terrell.
Thank you. I just want to remind the board that the one item that is still a mandate for masks and based upon our attorney is on the bus. So we haven't really talked about that, but that is something that we were advised by two different district attorney firms that is still a requirement. As of yet, I have not seen that one change, and we'll keep looking at that and inquiring about that.
And that is federal law, correct?
That was federal, and they had determined that to be, that we are required on the bus, anyone on the bus, staff as well as students.
President Burton, could I hop in for a moment and speak to the transmission levels? Because Mr. Francis and I have spent some time on that data, because we do know that some local districts are going to be utilizing that, the low, moderate, substantial, high, as part of their decision-making process. And to be honest, it's certainly easy to access that information by state and by county. I know one of the things, as I've talked individually with our board members, that is important to you is taking a look at local data for Livonia and Westland, and the areas that are served by our Livonia Public Schools community. And we are not able to gather some of the data points, such as positivity rate, that make up those levels. And so, Mrs. Jarvis, we haven't given up on it, but I know that specifically the board was hoping we would be able to identify those levels for our community and isolate the Livonia Public Schools community, which is the majority of Livonia and portions of Westland, and whether or not that is doable is something that we are currently working on. But there are some data points that go into that transmission level status that we can get for the state, we can get for the county. We are not able to access for the local. That doesn't mean we can't use other data, doesn't mean we can't still go back to these individual points, but I just wanted to make a note, Mrs. Jarvis, that that's something we have been working on and will continue to reach out to try to solve that.
Yeah, Mrs. Oakwas has tried to reach out. We're going to see if we can get just an explanation. It's hard to I looked at it for a little bit, I didn't spend a ton of time, but it's hard to reverse engineer what they're doing. And so, because if I could, then I'd do it with what Livonia statistics, if that's available to us. But I think if we just get a better explanation, and we can continue to use what we're looking at, it's really, what we have are the trends. And you can see, like you had discussed earlier, you could see at one time it was this, now it's this. What is that trend line doing?
Okay. Mrs. Oquist, back to you.
Thank you. I think we have, I think we have general guidance. Do we have any other board members that want to weigh in on this? I think we have some general direction. What we'd like to do is try to pull together, I've heard repeatedly some questions with regard to what these targets look like, what these metrics look like, and what it would involve not only at the elementary level, but if we did need to transition, and I know a couple of you have mentioned a concern about what if we start to see spikes at the secondary level. And I'll tell you, that's one of the things that when we think about things that were successful last year, one of the things that I believe we think was successful was to use that really careful scalpel approach when we had to make changes from in-person to remote instruction. When we saw those spikes at a couple of our high schools at different periods of time, we didn't shut down the district, we didn't shut down an entire level. We looked at that school and made some determinations. And part of that was the case data, the close contact quarantines, some of the pieces that we will have data on and some of the pieces that we may not. But I do believe that we were successful in being able to watch that closely and to watch it as on a school-by-school basis. And that's certainly something we would continue to do moving forward.
So, Mrs. Oquist, you have information right now. We certainly have information from the community. We have data. We have information from the board as of right now. Will you be then getting back with us to let us know where the recommendations are from here?
I will. We'll take this information with our team. We'll review all of the information that you shared and see if we can put together a more comprehensive look at this using some of the key elements that I think you've identified in common.
Okay. And I think everybody would like to have just a lockdown answer right now today, but I appreciate the patience of our community because this situation is fluid. As much as we thought about 3 weeks ago, we had a lockdown situation, we had data that was just not moving at all. We find ourselves in a different situation today. We're trying to, as a district, make the best decision that we can, and we appreciate your patience. We are going to go on to, hold on a moment. We can switch gears to our next item on our agenda, folks. Oh, Mrs. Oquist, there is one item that I did want to ask you along this line. We did have a community member who reached out to us, and one of the specific questions that in her email was, can we clarify what normal will look like in this coming year as far as we know right now as it relates to some of the fringe activities of our school district, such as PTA events, field trips, student clubs, volunteers, fall fun runs, and that type of activity. So are we planning on doing those activities? And what can you tell our listening public about what they can expect from those activities this year as we know them right now?
Well, we have a number, what we had previously shared was that we would allow volunteers back into our school setting. We would allow PTA events to go on. We will certainly think carefully about the density, whether those events are indoor and outdoor, and continue to make good judgments about that. But it's our desire to be able to have an integration of as many of those activities as possible. We've already started some of those things this summer with trying to replicate some of those field trip types of activities, camps for students, not just in person, but also some of our athletic teams. And so I can better answer that for you over the next, I'd say, 7 to 10 days. Our administrators are all back as of this week. Many were back over the past few weeks. But we, again, have a full day planned on Wednesday, as well as our core team that we used last year for a lot of these day-to-day types of decisions as well as those special event decisions. And we will be meeting on the afternoon of the 23rd. And so I'd be happy for our team to give an update at our Board of Education meeting on the 23rd with some of those, I don't want to call them extracurricular because some of them are, some of them aren't, but some of those other activities, if that would be helpful.
Okay, that'd be great.
You bet.
And what I'm hearing, Mrs. Oquist, is that we're looking at this as being a transition year, where we are taking significant steps toward school looking like it did before COVID. But there are some things that we're going to have to make some modifications on still. But we are definitely, our goal is to embrace as many quote-unquote normal things of school life as we safely can.
I think that's certainly our goal. We want to, many times I heard tonight, let's remember what worked and what was successful last year. So part of that is what our team is really taking a look at is each one of those individual activities. While we all have a desire to go back to everything the way that it was, I think we have to still realize that there needs to be good judgment made. And what we've often in our team referred to is this year as a bridge year. And so we've talked about that with regard to lunchroom seating. We've talked about that with regard to class size, where we may not be at the point we were last year, but we're not going to be at pre-pandemic levels either. We've continued to put additional staffing in to keep the class sizes lower than they traditionally were. So I really think it's very appropriate. And again, our team has utilized this quite a bit to refer to this coming year as a bridge year. So while we may not have every element back in place as we did, our idea is to have as much of that as possible so our students have that as close to normal experience as they can.
Thank you.
You bet.
At this point, we're going to go on to the next item on our agenda. That would be item 9B, Construction Manager Recommendation for the 2021 bond.
Hello.
Turned right and we switched out as team here. Good evening. Welcome, gentlemen.
Want to reintroduce Brian Weber, Paul Terrell, Plant Ran Cressa. We've got a couple of items on the agenda that we're going through. Are we doing this? I know we've got the special meeting. Are we doing this like via Mr. Centers or is it, because it does say that they're committee of the whole discussion items. I just want to make sure I have the protocol that I'm
I
not
have no
breaking
problem
it.
deferring to President
That's
Burden
fine.
since it's committee of the whole.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
just wanted to, okay. We have first on our docket here, letter A is planning, letter B, construction manager recommendation for the 2021 bond. As you saw in the memo that I had in your packet, as well as the memo or letter that Plant Moran Cressa had put, I had included into the packet. The construction manager is an important, very important part of the bond work. It's the person, or I should say the company, will be joining the team. We'll be working with them, LPS, the architectural firms, and the other teams around us for each project throughout the bond. What we did, as a quick refresher for the construction manager, we did what we call the closed bid. It was an invitation bid process, very, very similar like the architect engineer that we had discussed previously. We had brought in or invited 5, you guys are gonna have to help me with 6, thank you, 6 firms invited. We took those bids and we had a process, really like a point accrued process based upon the contents of the bid. You know, dollars were part of it, but not everything. Experience was part of it. The type of experience with K-12, the size of the bonds that they had worked with in the past 5 years, the team that they were going to recommend to work with LPS. There is a different criteria-based system. We broke the 6 down to 3 that we interviewed, and brought them in, brought the team together to do the interview process, and then from there, continuing on our point-based process, determined a single construction manager to recommend. And we were at one point discussing, and we were open to the possibility of having 2 construction managers, similar with the architectural firms, how we have Project 1 and Project 2. So Having said all of that, a little bit of the background and backdrop, I'm actually going to now toss the ball over to Brian and let him go through the recommendation and how we landed with Clark.
And just to clarify, when people hear construction manager, we're not hiring the trades, we're not hiring the electrician, the plumbers. This is a group that'll join our team in planning, continuing to plan, schedule, help with budgets, and prepare bid packages for months from now when we do hire or bid out those hard constructions, just to make that clear to everybody. So that is not part of this recommendation.
And then they'll also work to oversee the project as they're actually being done as well. So it is a very important position.
So highlighting a few things that Phil did mention, it was early June, we did issue an RFP. The criteria that he was mentioning, we made a point to establish that as a team prior to issuing that RFP, issuing it to everybody. We want to know that scale. We wanted to grade everybody on that we're inviting. And then from there, as a team, once we're received, we can also include in the RFP to flush that information out so we get the best results or best information from all the bidding firms. So that was issued in early June. We received proposals from 5 of the 6 firms that were invited. The 6th firm did notify us early in the process that they just didn't have the support needed to run a program of this size. They didn't want to put a proposal in and not be able to manage it properly, so they bowed out early in the process. Going back to a little bit of the rubric that was used from the criteria, the relevant firm experience was a 20% ratio. Our proposed team, or their proposed team and their experience of that team was a 40% ratio. The project approach, how they responded to that proposal with the information they knew about the project was 10%, and then the fees that came with it was the other 30% of how we scored those proposals. Going through the recommendation process, the 3 firms that did interview, very strong, good interviews. We felt they were all qualified. Clark Construction did come through that very eager, very understandably so, that they felt like they were a good fit for this program and didn't hesitate for any of the requirements, the asks that we had. We put together a schedule within the RFP to make sure that they'd be able to accommodate that. They did not hesitate. They're on board for managing that program.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yep.
Part of our interview team, just so you know, is Mrs. Oakwood was part of that, Mr. Centers was part of that, and so the 3 of us were there, Mrs. Smith, as well as Dana Abrams, the attorney. So we had a very strong interview team on our side.
Engineering firm. We wanted to see, in Project 1, just to summarize, was renovations to existing buildings, focusing on kitchens, libraries, restrooms, and then we broke out a separate package for the robotics and early childhood center. We knew during the AE selection process that we want to see the best potential value in team for each project broken out, same mindset for the construction manager. So the RFP was broken out into 2 projects. The summary sheet with a lot of information here and a lot of financial was just our opportunity to look at it. Is there an opportunity to hire 2 different firms to create good value for the district, or is it best to combine the projects? Based on the fees we received, the teams that we interviewed, we found the best value was to combine those projects and award both projects to Clark Construction. Flipping to the next page in the packet, this is our scoring. This is the CBS criteria-based selection scoring. I won't go through the numbers, but as you can see, it was highlighted who was interviewed based on those scores. So the top 3 scores made it to the interview process, and then from there we scored those interviews. Ultimately, landed on Clark Construction, as noted. And sorry, flipping back to the second page of our letter. From a cost standpoint, we're recommending today is $4,682,848. Within that, we're recommending to hire them for the pre-construction services. So that's during the design period. They'll help us budget, plan, schedule the services, and then put those packages out to bid. That's part of the pre-construction. And then also the 2 other line items, the not to exceed construction phase personnel costs. That's their staff to run the projects during the construction phase. And then the reimbursables that go along with it, that would be their computers, their insurance, their vehicles. Those will be billed at an at cost, a month-by-month basis that we analyze, but they gave us a not to exceed price for that.
So I'll just add, we had a lot of,
Go ahead, Paul.
Add that we had a lot of conversations, early on about wanting to find an A firm with the A team at a fair price, and I think we found just that. We have a long history with Clark Construction and 6+ school districts on hundreds of millions of dollars worth of work, and they are one of the best firms at executing and getting work done
They have a fantastic pre-construction department, and, Brian mentioned scheduling and budgeting and some things like that. One of the big ones right now is estimating. As everyone knows, the construction market is all over the map. We've got materials that you can't get. We've got labor shortages all over the place. Contractors are busy and don't even want to bid in a lot of cases. So one of the things that really swayed the team, I think, was just how strong their pre-construction department is and how well-versed they are in what's going on out in the market with being able to get steel and lumber and things like that. So great firm, been in business for a long time, family-owned firm, great team, and actually at an exceptional price, I would say. Even though construction commodities prices are all over the map, AE fees and CM fees have really kind of stayed kind of quiet. So I think we're very fortunate that we bid this out when we did and that we've got the volume that we have, and obviously the great reputation of the school district as a great district to work for. It doesn't hurt either. So very happy that Clark rose to the top on this one. And
yeah, these
strong
firms
recommendation.
wanted to work with Livonia Public Schools,
They
and
really
Clark wanted to work with them. Their percentage, their fee as a percentage was very strong. We were actually surprised at all of the bids that came in. And Clark's also known for their closing out projects, which is something that we were particularly looking for with regard to their system and their history and record of closing out a project, so at a given building over the summer. The other piece is that they have been around the Metro Detroit area for quite a long time. They've been longstanding in Warren Con, which is a similarly sized district as LPS. They have that experience. They've been all around. Plant Moran Cressa has worked with them in multiple districts. So we felt very good about them going into the interview. We felt much better after the interview even. They did a very nice job.
Questions or comments from the board? Mr. Centers.
I was invited by President Burnett and Mrs. Oquist to sit in, as you said, and I was very impressed with all three firms. They all came clearly wanting to work in the district, clearly wanting our business, clearly thinking very highly of the folks here in the administrative office. What was really the determining factor with them, their attention to detail was just fantastic. They didn't just say, we see that you have AC units. They're thinking ahead about, since we're doing retrofits, what kind of systems long-term are going to have the best longevity? And they really were so invested early in the details that it was just really impressive. Their closeout process was also impressive. They brought a great team, and the fact that they are completing a project, Warren is like the district we always compare ourselves to, right? Because similar student populations and everything else. They're finishing a project in Warren right now, right? Yep. And so it's, that is a big district with a lot of balls in the air, and we're gonna have something similar here, and they've done just a phenomenal job. So I'm really excited to see the work they're gonna do. I think it's gonna be unbelievable.
Any other comments from board members?
I'd like to request this on the regular meeting next week, please.
Okay. Mr. Centers, why don't you go ahead and take over the other items that are building and site?
So that is item B that we just finished, construction manager recommendation. Item C is technology designer recommendation for the 2021 bond. Mr. Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Centers. The Plant Moran Cressa actually did not participate in this process. Just to be very clear, Plant Moran Cressa is a different entity than Plant Moran Tech, but Plant Moran Tech was one of the companies that was bidding, was invited to bid. Again, similar process to A&E, similar process to the CM. With Tech Design, we invited firms. We vetted firms previously and then invited them to bid. In order just to be abundantly clear and above board, Plant Moran Cressa had said, we are going to step back until you actually have chosen and gone through the bid process. So they were not involved in this portion. We had our team made up of myself. We also had folks from our IT department. We had Dan Abrams on that team, and we went through a very similar process with regard to the closed bid, getting the bids in. You had in your packet, we had 3 companies that did respond to our request to bid, and they were all actually we knew that any firm of these three, they're all great firms, well regarded, and the prices were all fairly tight. But after interviewing and doing background checks, that sounds like we're doing police work here. After doing recommendations from multiple districts, as well as Plant Run Crest has also worked with IDS, we actually landed on Integrated Design Solutions to be the technology designer. Speaking of Warren Consolidated, they've been in there for years. They've worked with Clark. They have a relationship there. Their interview process, first of all, were the lowest fee, which was appealing, but not everything. We needed people that we knew that were gonna do the job. And in that interview process, they did rise above, much like Clark did in their interview process. They had come prepared, specific, already getting the wheels turning for Livonia Public Schools. The team that they were proposing was a very strong team. We were impressed with how it wasn't just a basic presentation and a basic interview. Like I said, they had really looked at LPS specifically, wanted to know. We had a great conversation towards the end of just where do we think we're going, and how they had then jumped in and said where they could help lead those different portions. So we were very impressed. We took some time. We actually took probably longer than we had expected to make calls, to contact, because we have not worked with IDS in the past. So we wanted to do that vetting, and we really got a lot of strong positive feedback. Districts saying things like, loved them, would work with them in a heartbeat. These specific people were great, trust them completely. And we're talking about, again, places like Warren Consolidated, Farmington Public Schools, a lot of work. IDS is a long, I think they are a little more than 20 years, I think. Oh, that's right, the name was more than 20, yes. But they're also very well regarded in the Southeast Michigan market and they work a ton with K-12s, have a lot of experience. We really, their fee again was about 4.6% of cost of work. They were the lowest of the three, but it wasn't really about the dollars. When we talked about the numbers of the three firms, we said they're tight enough that we can just look at the company and who do we want to work with. And that's where we landed on Integrated Design Solutions.
Great. Any questions, comments?
I'd like to put this on the regular meeting.
Great.
Thank you.
Excellent. That brings us to item D, which is furniture consultant recommendation, 2021 bond.
As I mentioned briefly in the study session, that we had, these were alternate bids in the original A&E bid packages. We had deferred them for the time being to kind of figure out what we were going to do with regard to furniture. I'm just going to say a few words, and I'll toss it back to you in a second, Brian. But one of the big pieces that as we started working with TMP, and as we started working with French on our meetings for this bond, it just made a lot of sense that they are designing a space like a media center, and it's going to look entirely different. But it's going to be filled with furniture, functional furniture for how we want students to use this space. And it made the most sense. And the same with with French, French is with the media centers, but a new build at robotics, a new build at the Early Childhood Center. The Early Childhood Center will be filled with furniture for the children. It made the most sense to have the architectural firm who is designing the space also do the furniture design, so they were married together from the start, as opposed to a third party coming in, or LPS just saying, we're gonna go ahead and get a bunch of furniture for these new spaces. So we want French to match their idea working with us of a media center with the furniture that's really going to be the utilization point and part of the media centers. Again, same with TMP and the Early Childhood Center. That's where we landed on saying, this makes sense. Let's go back to those alternate bids. They were good numbers. let's use this, and it would give us the best product.
Yeah, kind of chiming in on that. These firms, when we put it in the RFP process, this is not them hiring another party as an umbrella. It's not a sub-consultant. We got to meet their staff, interior designers, and who would be handling this design. And we met them during the interviews, the AE. It was just that we did need more time. So like Phil said, we did discuss it. So the thought process, we break out Project 1 to French. If you see on page 2 of our letter, our budget for furniture on Project 1, which is inclusive of the library media centers, and also the big chunk is staff furniture was set aside for this budget. They came to a budget of $4 million. So based on that, their fee proposed was 5.15%, which would be a total of $206,000 to manage that process, help not only with the design, but also the procurement of that, scheduling and delivery. It's a kind of a full service from start to finish that we now have integrated with the team we already have established. So we thought it did provide a lot of good value for everybody involved. As far as recommendation for Project 2, TMP Architecture, they are with the Robotics and the Early Childhood Center. So the budget we had set aside for that was $800,000. And their fee at 6.5% matches what their designs fees are right now that we recommended for designing those spaces. Just to clarify, the 5.15% by French is on a larger volume. That's why it is a tick higher than what it would be between the two projects. We still have the same amount of meetings. The procurement process is there. It's just based against that volume is why there'd be a little bit higher ratio to make sure we capture all their services with the lower volume. So based on that, the recommendation was for $52,000 to add that to TMP's current contract. So both of these would be amendments to the contracts that are already in place.
Great. Any questions from anyone?
No.
Okay. I'd like to have that on the regular meeting as well, so the board can approve it.
Great. Does that end?
No.
Nope.
Nope, you're gonna keep going for a while.
Hanging out with us?
We're here all night.
They got to rest on letter C, so they're back with it.
So, are you ready for item E then?
Yes.
All right.
I don't know if you were talking to me, but yes, I am.
All right. I don't know who else I'd be talking to. Go ahead, Phil.
Okay, the tennis court design, we briefly spoke about this in the study session as well. So in the fall of 2017, we redid the Churchill tennis courts. And we've known that we would have to come back to Stevenson and Franklin. As time has gone by, we had said, okay, now it is very much, is in need. So we have two companies that we've worked with and the board is familiar with regard to these types of paving and athletic projects. Foresight Design, who you're familiar with from the other renovations at the athletic fields of the 3 high schools, and NTH, the civil engineering firm, who really has been designing all of our parking lots and that whatnot. So we had requested a proposal from both to do the Stevenson and the Franklin tennis courts. And this is for design only. We're not talking about construction right now. What we're proposing is for design of these courts, and that isn't just the court. It really would encompass the surrounding items as well. We're talking about fencing, we're talking about bleachers, we're talking about the coating that ultimately goes. So it is a large project. Now, we started this a few months back, and just to be very open about the process, Foresight has the lower fee. We do recommend Foresight, but the construction market itself was of concern because we did Churchill, like I said, in the fall of 17. So not super long ago, but long enough ago to not be a part of what's going on now. And it was, we went back and looked, and that was a $610,000 that we bid out to do. The original estimates of this was higher than what we have now, which was, I want to say, like...
It's about another $75,000 higher.
Yeah.
About 5% higher.
Yeah, it was another 5% higher than what we have, and what we have now is estimating on average about $700,000 per project. And again, you're talking about not just coming in and doing, you're talking about, somewhat turnkey here. But we had conversations internally and said, let's pause and see what's going on in the market. We did pause for a couple months, and we have noticed a little bit of a tick down with regard to some other schools who have done these types of projects. So Foresight came back and said, we agree Their estimated budget came down to the 1.4 combined, as you see in the document, which then brings off some of their fee because theirs is a percentage-based fee. The other thing that we've talked internally about with Mrs. Oquist and Plant Moran, Caressa, and myself is about saying, just because it gets designed doesn't mean we have to do it at a specific time. We have designed roofs before and not done them right away because that design isn't going to change in a year and a half. So what we'd like to do now is bring this recommendation to you for foresight and get them working on that design. Our initial intention would say, let's do it all in the summer of '22, but we don't necessarily have to do it all in the summer of '22. We could break them up between 2 different summers, so one school and one school. We could go for a fall and work with the school and the athletic department to say, perhaps we can, so we just want to keep our options open to do what's best for the district and be as sound as possible. So that's just sort of the high-level discussion on this. I can turn it over to you, Brian, if you have any details on the foresight design itself, the contract and their amounts.
Yeah, overall, the fee is consistent with what we've met previously for the athletic project. So their offices, they knew that we tabled this for a little bit to discuss it internally, and they will help monitor the market with us. They do plenty of these projects throughout the state of Michigan. Cressa does other ones. We can continue monitoring, and he said he would adjust fee accordingly. He's always worked well with us. If prices come down, he'll help adjust fees of his services as well, too. So that's really never been an issue with Foresight, that they've been a team player. So it's going to be a combo effort of just monitoring over the next year or X months, seeing how other bids are coming in the area, and then decide from there.
But at least we'd have the design completed. We'd be at that point to then just go to bid when we feel it is the right time. In the meantime, we did go over the summer and do some crack fill, some coating, et cetera, on those core. Yes, we wanted to make sure that, they're playable for this year. So we did take some time out this summer to go back in and do some of those repairs, trying to keep it going along until we can get in there.
Excellent. Any other questions? Or Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Francis, what's the tennis schedule? When do they?
Fall and spring.
It's the fall and spring.
Yes. So we did Churchill's in the fall, and they simply used, they used Franklin and/or Stevenson for practices and meets. They just, the 3 athletic directors are, they work so well together. They've been together for so long. They just helped each other out. So if we had to do that, we would just reverse it, and Churchill has those wonderful courts that someone else could potentially use.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Anything else? I think the design makes sense. We obviously have to do them at some point, but being thoughtful about when the prices are right to pull the trigger, I think, is important. So thank you for bringing this forward, and you want that on the regular agenda?
I would request the design, yes, for the regular meeting.
All right.
You gonna stick around for bulk salt?
If you don't mind,
It's really exciting.
I'm interested in the pizza one, too.
We can put the salt on it.
Not good.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks,
All
guys.
right. One last item for building and site, and that is the bulk salt purchase. Mr. Francis?
That's exciting if we don't have it.
And not to disappoint, we actually have 2 left, so you get me a little bit longer. But the bulk salt purchase, this is something that we do each year. In my memo, and you also had Mr. Lau's memo as backup on that, but the nuts and bolts of it is that we are looking to purchase 1,300 tons of road salt for this winter season. The cost is $43.58 per ton. That comes from the My Deals Purchase Consortium that fulfills the board's obligation with regard to bidding. We get it the same way each year. Obviously, the price of salt can fluctuate for each year in each of those consortium contracts. So same as before, we're required to get 80% of that salt that if we say 1,300 is what we want to purchase, we're required to get 80% of it. And then if we have a heavy winter and we go through quite a bit, then we can also go an additional 30% at that contract price. So we have the fluctuation and the ability to keep that price either lower amount or higher amount within boundaries. We did not use nearly as much last winter. It wasn't as difficult of a winter, and we have some some salt left in the shed. It's fairly full, but we want to get this purchase done so that as the winter comes in, we can always stay prepared.
Great. Any questions, anyone?
Request that for the regular, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And you said you have another item?
I do have approval of bid of pizza bid.
Oh, all right.
Yep. Technically, we're going to flip over to
Yeah,
Mrs. Bonifield for that.
Oh, okay.
I had to look it up myself to find out where our, that falls under finance.
Gotcha.
You've got the next two.
You're right.
Wow, okay, Mr. Francis is
Yes.
going to talk to us about pizza.
So as you may recall, it's been several years, but we've done pizza bids in the past, and they're a 5-year, somewhat of a rolling. We can opt out of it at any point. We have done a new one, and this would be for the 21 through 24, and it's a little higher than it was. There's a lot of concerns out there. There's actually only one company now. There used to be two. Pizza Hut has gotten out of the school lunch program business. Last school year, we did not get pizzas delivered in. We had bought the different items, put it together, baked it. That's time consuming. That takes, that takes obviously manpower. So while the $8 per pizza is higher than it was in the past, which I believe the last time we had a contract was $6.50, there's a conversation that Mrs. Schuhart and I had about this. So we're trying to weigh the difference between, yes, this is a higher cost, but we would have to have our folks making the pizzas. We know that we have the federal waiver this year. We know that our folks in the food and nutrition department and working in those kitchens, we run short on labor sometimes. So we came to the conclusion that the best way to proceed moving forward would be to bring this to the board, hopefully get it approved by the board, and we have the ability to at any time cancel. So we want to go into the 2021-22 school year with this because we feel like that's the best thing to do this year, and then each year we can reevaluate. If we're still happy, we'll continue. Now, for their part, Domino's has said, we're having a lot of problem with labor shortages. Obviously, costs of items have gone up. If things get better for us, we will even say, we might be able to lower that price. But all things being equal, I really felt like it wasn't worth trying to tax our labor force for the little bit higher cost because we know that they're already going to be taxed based upon the work they have to do because we're going to be serving more meals because of the federal waiver. Any student can come get a meal. So that was our thought process in that. So I do recommend this. We're going to budget about $150,000 for the coming school year for pizza based upon this pricing and what we think will go. Pizza is very popular. I think we all know that.
Good profit margin on $8.
What's that?
We still have a good
Oh, yes, we still are because of the reimbursement that we get from the government on these. It's not that we would be running short. Ms. Schuhart is a very tough negotiator. If you ever need to get a new car, bring her with you because she really, and so she just feels like she wants to make sure that she's doing the best thing for the district, for the students, et cetera. And we believe this right now is because we know that it's not necessarily a 5-year thing. We can always choose at a given year to say we can do something different.
Questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Acosta.
So I know that because of the federal covering lunches.
The waiver, mhm.
Yes, so students will still be able to get that one slice of pizza because I know as parents, our kids want to know, can they get an extra slice? How is that going to work?
Extra slice, I believe, because if whatever the amount is on the regular meal, and I think it's just one, I think they might be able to pay for the second, but I can get that confirmed for you. That's traditionally been what we've done. We're just expecting more volume of everything. Yeah. So
Just make, and yes, they're used to
Yeah.
paying for the extra slice, just want to make sure that it'll be available.
yeah, and we're we're just trying to ramp up, knowing that we're going to have extra volume of meal preparation because of the federal waiver.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
President Burton.
And just for the benefit of those who may not have done this major pizza purchase before, the reason that we have few vendors is because we have nutritional guidelines that are required that we follow, and very few of the pizza companies can meet those nutritional requirements.
Yeah, one that bid.
One
Yes.
this year.
And it is, they run what is a certified school lunch program with their pizzas. They meet those requirements that we are required to meet with our food that we serve, correct? Thank you for bringing that up.
And so is this different than if you and I just called Domino's and ordered pizza? I mean, there are different, Mrs. Smith is over there nodding her head, yes.
Yeah.
A different recipe that that is nutritionally above and beyond what they're serving, just if you-
Correct, the cheese is, and the dough.
Okay, okay.
Plus-
Frankly, we should all eat it.
Yeah. Plus, if I ordered
I
it,
could go
yeah.
for one right now.
The toppings I'm gonna end up getting on that is gonna be
I know.
way out of whack.
It's been a long time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And that's another one that I request for the regular.
President, or,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson has a question.
Phil, what I'm hearing is the alternative would be that we make our own pizza?
We're not gonna do that. Well, no one's gonna let me make my own pizza. But yes, no, we would make as a district, we would order, and it wouldn't be from dough, it would be like a pre-done crust, and then we bake it in, put the toppings on, and that way we can order what would qualify as each individual ingredient, as Mrs. Smith was just saying, the proper crust, the proper sauce, the proper cheeses, and then we would assemble it ourselves. That, again, is time-consuming. While it might be a little less in the total cost that it would be for the district to purchase those items, there is a cost on the time end of it with regard to, like I said, our labor.
We all good? Ready to order pizza? Okay. And our second finance item is the tuition rate for 21-22.
Did I get the last one on the regular for next week?
Smith.
Thank you very much.
Already got it.
Thank you.
Pizza, it's important.
Yeah.
Good evening, thank you. Just one item for you tonight for me. It's our tuition rate for the 21-22 school year. So as you know, we do have a board policy that states as a general rule, we don't accept non-resident students into the district, but we do make some exceptions. So when that is the case, the Michigan law requires us to establish a tuition rate, and they tell us how to do that. And then we're required to charge the difference between what we'll get for that student through a foundation allowance and what the calculated tuition is. So how that's calculated is taking our general fund operating expenditures and dividing that by the number of students we have to come up with an average cost per student. And like I said, then we would back out the foundation allowance that we'll be getting for those students. So last year, the tuition rate was $10,947, and for the 21-22 school year, it will be $11,582.
Questions? Mrs. President Merton?
And again, we discussed this in the study session, but for those who folks at home who may, or present here that may not have been attending in that meeting, that most often comes about if a student moves, like the second semester of their junior year or their senior year, and petitions the district because they want to finish out at Livonia Public Schools. And we make an agreement with their new, or the district that they're moving to, that they could stay in our district, and then we recapture the foundation allowance that they would have been given to, that would have gone to their new home district.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? And Mrs. Smith, what is the difference between what it actually costs us to, which is the tuition rate, and our foundation allowance? What is that difference?
You know what, and I should know it off the top of my head.
Oh, I'm
but it's
sorry.
in the ballpark of 8,600. I could pull up my PDF and
No,
tell you,
just give
though.
us a ballpark.
I would say at least $2,000 below what the average cost per student is. So we're fortunate that we have other revenue streams that cover these costs, but our foundation allowance doesn't match what the average cost is per student.
Interesting. Oh,
We're going to put this on the consent agenda?
Yes, please, if
Okay,
that's all
thank
right
you.
with the board.
okay. Any other questions for Mrs. Smith? No. Okay,
Thank you.
that concludes finance.
Thank you. And Mrs. Acosta, do you want to take the last two items? They fall under curriculum.
Okay. Item H is tuition rate for 2000, I'm sorry.
Oop,
I
next one, yep.
is iReady purchases, and we will allow Mrs. O'Brien to take
Thank you.
over.
I would like to request the purchase of iReady Diagnostic
for our kindergarten through 8th grade students, both in reading and math. We've been utilizing this assessment since the 2016-17 school year. We utilize this data for determining student needs and determining how students are doing on grade level standards. Our buildings have data dives each trimester or semester to determine what kids need additional help. This program also has lessons that come with it that provide students interventions that they can, teachers can utilize in small group instruction. Last year, we purchased instructional licenses for all of our students K-6 as a part of their asynchronous learning. We are going back to just having targeted instructional licenses based on need. So we have some middle school and high school courses that use the instructional licenses, and then we are also purchasing both the reading and the math instruction for our Livonia virtual students who are in 2nd through 6th grade. So this purchase is for the diagnostic for all students and then targeted instructional licenses. So it's a total of $112,302.60. There's a savings, so each student's diagnostic is typically $6. He charges us a little bit less, $5.70 for each one for all of our students. So we have a savings there. We also have a rollover for professional development that we purchased last year that we'll be continuing to use at the building levels to provide teachers continual growth with utilizing this diagnostic information.
Any questions? President Burton.
Just to make sure that I got this right. We're purchasing it for diagnostics for all of our students?
K-8.
K-8, and interventions for those who are in need?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Centers?
That pretty much covered it. This is a very vital part of how teachers plan and evaluate students now. So, it's something that I think every district is basically utilizing some form of online assessment module, and I'm glad that we've had good results with iReady and want to stick with it.
It is one of the approved assessments for K-3 for the 3rd grade reading bill. So it is one of the approved assessments. We need to give it to all of our students K-3 in the first 30 days under state guidelines.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mrs. Costa. Mrs. O'Brien, is this a general fund cost?
This, so yes, it comes out of my budgets, but I also apply for a grant whenever it's available for online assessments. So over the last 4 years, I've applied 3 out of the 4 years. And even last year, there was a small amount of grant money that offset some of this. So each year, I find additional ways to support it.
Well, thank you for that. We appreciate it. Also, how quickly do we get the results after the tests are completed?
Immediate.
It's immediate?
Yep, it's an online assessment, so teachers can monitor it, they can reset it if a student is just clicking through, there's a flag for that, and they can reset that.
They would have caught me real quick.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
No.
So I would like this put on the regular board meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Brien. And item J is Act 18 purchases. Dr. Terrio.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide you with some background information on our Act 18 recommendations for our technology purchases. So as you know, we service 4 Wayne County RESA programs. We service the K-12 moderately cognitively impaired program, our 18 to 26-year-old work skills program, our pre-K through post-secondary program for students with autism, as well as provide outreach for students with visual impairments throughout Wayne County. Our Livonia IT leadership has vetted and approved our purchases prior to it going on our recommendation for the Wayne County RESA budget. So the RESA committee consists of Karen Howie, who is the Assistant Superintendent of Special Education and Early On, as well as local directors and local directors of special education and local directors of finance that review our budget and then approve our budgets. So all of the recommended and RESA approved purchases will come out of our Act 18 budget through the county. So our technology plan is consistent across our 3 programs, of which we have 20 classrooms for students with autism, 10 classrooms for students with moderate cognitive impairments, and 9 work skills classrooms. Our recommendation is for wall-mounted Promethean boards, which are interactive whiteboards, which allow for added accessibility and interaction for our students. These boards can be standalone computers and or work alongside the teacher computer. We are adding web cameras and document cameras for our teachers to be able to present printed materials as well as web-based materials to our students. Teachers will also be receiving new technology upgrades as replacements for older computers over the past few years. So some teachers will be receiving new laptops with this budget. You have been provided with a breakdown by budget, so our MOCI budget, our ASD budget, and our work skills budget by item and cost. So our MOCI technology budget totals $38,289. Our work skills technology budget totals $35,715. And our autism technology budget totals $45,093 for a total recommended purchase of $119,097 from our approved Act 18 budget. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and Ms. Bradford, I would request that this go on the regular board meeting, please.
Got it.
Any questions? Mr. Johnson?
Just a comment. You know, my son is impaired. And he came home and he started to push the flat screen TV over.
Oh, dear.
And we found out that they were using the interactive boards at school. And he was trying to use at home. So they learned.
Yes, they absolutely.
And the TV went over multiple times.
Oh, no.
So-
You need an interactive screen now, quickly.
Yes, we need one on the wall. So these are outstanding.
Impressive.
Yeah,
Really
very
great.
impressive.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay. That concludes curriculum.
Okay, great. That brings us back to the remainder of our audience communications. Thank you, folks, for hanging in there with us. We have just always an enormous amount of work to do. The next speaker for audience communications is Mr. John Hilla. Mr. Hilla? And can one of our cabinet folks put a microphone back on the podium again for us? Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Hilla.
Good evening, and thank you very much, Superintendent Oquist and members of the board. I'm here in support of a universal mask mandate for not just K through 12-year-old children, but for all school children of the city of Livonia. None of our children come to school and then subsist in some kind of hermetically sealed pod. They all have brothers and sisters. They come home, they breathe on each other. It's inadequate to have partial masking of our population. That said, as an overall thesis, let me quickly address something that I've heard from many members of the board here this evening, which is that you've received a lot of emails expressing one point of view or another point of view, or yet a third point of view from the members of the Livonia general public. I'm sure that's true, and I'm sure it's been a lot to deal with. I contributed to it, I well know. But that said, science is not a popularity contest. If you get 20 million emails saying that masks are not beneficial to stopping the spread of a pandemic that's respiratorily transmitted, those 20 million emails are incorrect and they are wrong. If you get only 10 emails with the contrary position, those are the 10 emails that you should pay attention to. Mr. Johnson in particular, illustrated the sort of general point of view of the anti-mask sentiment here in this room, here in the city, here in the United States, which is that I don't really know, I'm not competent to make a decision, but I'm going to make a decision anyway. Well, I'm a lawyer too, and I can tell you in a court of law, I've been in a few trials, when a judge is presiding over a case dealing with arcane minutia, arcane facts of which she or he has no personal knowledge, what actually happens? Does the judge just make a knee-jerk decision? No. Each lawyer for each side bring in witnesses, they bring in expert witnesses, and the judge adjudicates the veracity of the witnesses, who's most credible, who is less credible. Who's most credible, Tucker Carlson blathering on Fox News, or the CDC, Michigan Health and Human Services, the teachers union that recommends all teachers and all staff be mandatorily vaccinated, OSHA, which on
I'm
August 13th.
sorry, excuse me a moment, Mr. Hiller. I will insist that everybody be respectful to every speaker. We've been doing it all night long. I fully expect that it's going to continue. We can agree, we can disagree, but we may not interrupt. Thank you very much. You may continue.
Thank you, and I'll wrap this up. On August 13th, OSHA joined the crowd of more credible witnesses recommending that there be universal masking for not only students but staff, many of whom are not vaccinated, many of whom in this room are not masked this evening, for instance, as well as the others. Those are the credible witnesses. That's where the information you should get to make your decision comes from, not from any other source, not from any passive emails, not from a T-shirt with a flag on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Linna, if I'm reading correctly. Is Lisa still with us this evening? No? Okay. Our next speaker is Kathy Everhart. Is Kathy with us this evening? Yes. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Everhart, and I am speaking this evening on behalf of my grandchildren who are LPS students at Roosevelt. Both are under the age of 12 and do not have the option of vaccine protection. Our families have done everything that has been suggested of healthcare experts over the last 18 months. We have social distance, limited gatherings, worn our face masks, washed our hands, taken advantage of virtual learning. All of our lives have been disrupted by this virus. The Delta variant is now affecting not just the elderly, but our vulnerable children. Masking is one of the easiest and most reliable methods of protecting ourselves and others outside of the vaccine. We all know that face coverings are not ideal for learning, but being forced into remote learning due to a wave of quarantine will be far more disruptive than face coverings. Currently, Wayne County community transmission is at a high level. We as a community need to do whatever we can to protect our community and our children as a whole. In summary, please accept the strong recommendations for universal masking as the primary COVID mitigation measure for LPS, at least for those that are under 12, but also considering that siblings outside of the elementary age that could potentially bring the virus exposure home. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Ravid. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Ravid, and I live in the Stevenson Triad, and I have 2 students at Webster. I want to thank you today, first of all, for all your concerns and thoughts as in regard to our children, and I'm going to try to keep this brief because, well, at this point, brevity is the source of valor. Yeah. I want to say to the board that I appreciate your thoughts and your behind what we should do for this upcoming school year. My children, this is their 3rd year in Livonia schools. However, they've only been in that building for 6 months due to COVID. So we're brand new to the community. We came from Indianapolis, Indiana, and my children have not spent a whole year in their school, and I want that to change. So I agree with you. K through 6 masking is probably the most sensible and the best that, not the best we can do, but the minimum we could do to keep our students safe and in school. As I said, I'm from Indianapolis. I've seen the news over the past 3 weeks because those schools are now in session. This is week 3 or 4 for them. And cases have gone up, and six different districts in the Indianapolis area started mask mandates today. They went from recommended or optional to mandated within the span of 3 weeks. There's one school that's closed, it's a school district that's closed in southern Indiana at this point. And the list goes on and on. We can say that our community in Livonia, while we have a low transmission rate, that's not to say Wayne County has one. And we don't just live in the 25 square miles that Livonia encompasses. We live and we work in Dearborn, in Westland, in Canton, and all those other areas, and we bring that home to us. So I really urge you, while we do K through 6 masking, we don't just look at Livonia, but we look at Wayne County. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Betsy Everett.
Good evening, or good night, I guess.
Good evening, yes.
My name is Betsy Everett. I have 3 children in Livonia Public Schools. I have a 8th grader at Frost and 5th and 2nd graders at Webster. My 5th grader was here with me earlier, but she had to leave, but she had a couple words she wanted me to share. She asked me to share that for her, wearing masks is not a big deal. The slight inconvenience of wearing masks is worth it to be able to go to school in person safely, which for her was huge for her mental health to be in person. What does make my daughter uncomfortable is being inside in close quarters around unmasked people. So that's her. Now to me. I'm here tonight to voice my support for universal masking for schools in the fall. My kids and the majority of LPS students who chose in-person instruction last year were able to enjoy the benefits of in-person instruction while keeping risk of virus spread low, thanks to the mask mandate that was in place for all students, teachers, and other adults. Cases were reported among students and teachers, but the spread to other students from school was overwhelmingly prevented because of masks. This summer, case numbers fell considerably, but now the Delta variant is spreading. The landscape is different. Delta spreads more easily and appears to impact children and young people more than prior COVID strains. Teachers, adults, and children 12 and older who want to have been able to be vaccinated, but the data is showing that vaccinated individuals can still catch and spread the virus, especially the Delta variant, even in lower numbers. Meanwhile, children under 12 have no protection from the virus other than masks and relying on the people around them to make smart decisions about the vaccine and masks. The prospect of sending these young kids to school in a mask-optional environment is scary for me as a parent of young kids. The CDC, AAP, doctors groups, local hospitals have recommended masking for everyone in K through 12 schools, and for good reason. I recently heard about a study of more than 1 million school children in South Carolina that showed that transmission among masked students at school was less than 1%. Well, there is evidence that shows that in environments with optional masking, the transmission was on the order of more like 10 to 20%. The data really is clear. Masking works best when everybody is wearing masks. I think it's safe to assume that parents, teachers, administrators, school board all want the same thing: for our schools to provide our children with a quality education and a safe environment. The way to keep kids in school in person this year is to continue the masking policy that proved so effective last year. Offering a choice of whether or not to mask is not really appropriate when one person's choice takes away the right of those around them to a safe school environment and puts other students and teachers at greater risk of catching and spreading a deadly virus that is not gone yet. So please protect our students and please require masks for the start of the school year.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Meg O'Neill. Good evening.
Evening. My name is Meg O'Neill. I have a 4th grader and a 7th grader in the district. I was going to talk to you about my son being high risk and how worried I am, or how angry I am that masks are not required, but the point is that emotions are not what should be looked at here, anger, fear. It should be looked at science, and the science is that CDC, American Academy of Pediatrics, Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, all say that masks should be worn. As a nurse with 20 years of experience with a bachelor's of science in nursing, it should come down to the facts. Masking works, and it works best when all wear them. And for elementary children not eligible for vaccine is their only defense. I wanted to touch on a couple of points that were brought up tonight. As far as other mitigation measures being used besides masks, that's fine. I know there are others out there as a person of science. However, masks work and they work best. Saying you're going to protect our kids without masks is like saying you're going to save people on the Titanic with a bucket. It just won't work. As far as it being compared to the flu, I do vaccinate my children for the flu. It does lessen the severity, and I have Tamiflu I can give them. I have no such measures if my son, who is high risk, were to contract COVID. As far as the vaccine not being available anytime soon, I've not heard that. In fact, my pediatrician last week said it should be available in the next several weeks coming. So there is an end in sight. I'm not asking for masks forever. I don't like my kids wearing them either, but it's necessary right now especially to keep my son safe. I'm asking maybe for a compromise to allow them till the vaccines are available and maybe a couple of weeks post to get our kids vaccinated and safely protected, as science has proven. I don't envy your decisions you have to make tonight. However, we have elected you to make those tough decisions and not rely on anybody, MD, HHS, the governor, whoever else, to make them for you. You need to make them for our children, not for being reelected, not for getting more votes next time, but to keep our children safe. And I'm hoping that you take into account the safety of all children and make those tough decisions to keep them safe.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Freeman. Could you state your name, please?
Kristen Backert, standing in for Jason Freeman. So Jason had to leave early today. He wanted to stay, but he mainly passed along a question to ask. And Ms. Bonifield, I know earlier you mentioned in conversation what exceptions are made for students who can't wear a mask in the classroom. It's an interesting question because I would equally challenge you for the opposite. So if you decide not to implement a mask mandate, what accommodations are going to be made for kids who are high risk? So, with your perspective, you're looking at it from that lens, but every other parent who has someone who's high risk also needs to know what accommodations the districts are going to make for them. So kids who are high risk, who not only for them, but also may have siblings that go into the district. So we do a lot for kids with disabilities, and we make accommodations, whether that's with programs or classwork or whatever we need to do. So his main question was, what accommodations are you going to make for kids who are high risk if you don't instate a mask mandate?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Stone. Good evening.
Good evening. I spoke at last month's Committee of the Whole meeting to request that the district categorically reject forced masking of school children. Everybody's talking tonight about everything that has supposedly changed over the past 3 weeks, when in fact, nothing important has changed. There remains zero scientific consensus around masking of school children. There is no peer-reviewed, randomized control studies that also consider negative outcomes and have been repeated. That is science, not the majority and not just the testimonial of so-called experts. Meanwhile, the negative effects of masking children are obvious, ranging from impairment of socio-emotional development to interference with breathing. The guidelines published by the district originally were reasonable, but clearly there was no commitment behind them. Maintaining this constant threat of changing policies and the reinstituting of mask mandates after they've been free all summer, even at the schools, is completely unfair. Furthermore, relitigating this issue at every board meeting divides the community and distracts from other important issues affecting our kids' education. The resolution to this problem is clear. Protect parents' choice for their children, as was originally proposed. The pro-mask lobby is hiding behind so-called guidelines from the CDC and recommendations by the Michigan Health Department and other organizations. However, these alphabet soup of groups have thoroughly discredited themselves over the past 18 months, taking every side of this issue. Their politicized opinions have no bearing on the rights of Livonia parents to make decisions for their children. I ask the board and superintendent to commit that LPS never will initiate its own mask mandate. Make this decision next week, make it permanent and final. On the subject of forced masking of children against their parents' wishes, there can be no consensus. There can be no compromise. LPS should not force children to wear masks when their parents believe they're better served otherwise. Nobody knows better what's best for our kids than their parents do. I am a concerned parent of 2 LPS elementary school students. Earlier tonight, Charlie, a little third grade girl, spoke eloquently, supporting masks. I can assure you, if my 2 boys were here, they would tell a very different story. Masking did not work last year for them. Social isolation did not work last year for them. Mrs. Oquist, we've heard from the board members today, but we've heard from the audience, but you will have a choice over the next week. You have the power of the pen, and I ask that you don't make our children suffer even one day longer. No masking through September, no more forced masking, period. Parents can read data too, but also parents know what's best for their individual child. You spoke about giving parents the power of choice 3 weeks ago. We should stick to that principle and maintain masks optional for the coming school year. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Heather Slingerland, I believe. Good evening.
Good evening. I'll be rather brief. Thank you for your attention and your time. My name is Heather Slingerland, and I'm the parent of a 2020 Stevenson graduate who's made me a proud Marine mom, a current sophomore at Stevenson, and a 6th grade student here at Riley. I'm also a high school teacher at a neighboring district, and the 21-22 school year will begin my 22nd year as a teacher. I'm here to discuss my concerns about student masking as both a parent and an educator. I'm only speaking anecdotally now as a parent of 2 LPS students. Both of my school-age children attend Livonia Virtual last year. I was also teaching from home, so I feel I had an accurate look at Livonia Virtual. The teachers used many learning platforms and various tools to engage their students and help them continue high levels of learning. My then 5th grader went from a 4th grader that had a, quote, great day every day to an uninterested and isolated student who is now seeing a counselor for anxiety and depression. My 11-year-old is still looking forward to going back in person next month. She needs the personal connections with staff and peers to be successful. It's my fear that the current mitigating procedures issued on the document that we looked at earlier of wearing masks indoors to be strongly encouraged will result in the return to virtual learning as this age group of children are not able to be vaccinated at this time. I have similar concerns for my sophomore, but he has the vaccine, and so he has 1 level of protection. As an educator, I have felt the struggle of teaching through a screen. The failure rate for my students was unlike anything I've ever seen before. My students struggled with mental health issues, remaining in homes that were unsafe, grief and loss, and trying to engage and learn in ways that are unfamiliar. The bottom line is students are more successful in face-to-face settings. The relationships that teachers make with their students are crucial, especially for at-risk and struggling students. Universal mask wearing has been proven to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. By wearing masks, we can keep kids where they need to be, in school. We have a learning gap that we need to address, and we cannot close that gap if we are not delivering consistent in-person instruction. As parents, we are faced with many choices. It's our choice to be vaccinated or not. Our K-6 grade students they do not currently have that option available to them. The best way we can protect our kids and our community is to mandate masks indoors. Once a vaccine has been approved for this age group, it would make sense to revisit this mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Cherry.
Hello.
Good evening.
I wanted to discuss the CDC and the AAP and all of these organizations that everyone's saying, well, this is what they say and that's what they say. And I just want to encourage everybody, I don't care if you put a mask on your kid, I don't want one on mine, okay? I'm not telling anybody else what to do. I don't want people to tell me what to do with my kids. But I will encourage everyone, if you want to say, oh, the CDC...
Excuse me, you need to be directing your comments to the board.
If the CDC said this, that you should actually reach out to them, because I reached out to Lynn Stuffton, right? She's the spokesperson for the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. And I read in an article, she said, there's numerous studies that masks protect children. And I said, what studies are you talking about? She sent me them. I got them. I printed them all off. I'm going to tell you what's in these studies. I will quote. I'm quoting from this. So in these studies, I went through them. One of them says you should use vacuum bags. They actually filter COVID best, a vacuum bag. Another one said you should wrap a nylon over, you should layer nylon over your mask. That will help better keep out the particles. And the thing about these is that I'm not interested in, if you're talking to me, if a piece of spit hits me. What I want to know is that my healthy child with no symptoms is going to make you sick with COVID. That is what I want to get to. I don't care about spit. I don't care about that. I'm talking about asymptomatic, healthy children spreading a virus and making someone else sick. I think that's all what we're concerned about. And there's nothing in here about children. Not one study in every CDC that she sent me from the Michigan Health Department about kids. Not one, okay? I want to bring, it says, this is a quote from the CDC studies. To our knowledge, only one randomized controlled trial has ever been conducted to examine the efficacy of cloth masks, and the results do not favor their use. Moisture retention, reuse of cloth masks, and poor filtration may result in increased risk of infection, which suggests more harm than benefit. That is in the CDC studies. If you want to talk about vacuum bags and all of that stuff, that's also in here. Then I emailed another author. She writes for the American Academy of Pediatrics. She was doing a myth busting, mask myth busting, right? And she wanted to tell me that mask will not affect your child's ability to focus in school. I emailed her and I said, where are you getting this? Because she also stated in her article, she said, the vast majority of children 2 and older can safely wear cloth face coverings for extended periods of time, such as the school day. So I emailed her and I said, where did you get this? She said, well, let's just say mask, there's no evidence that they cause harm. So why are you writing this for the American Academy of Pediatrics? She said, this is what we do know. She sent me a study too. And her study quotes, I'm going to finish with this. We only found 2 pediatric studies. One was not related to COVID-19, and one was performed with N95 respirators. This review did not cover the psychological and social consequences and did not examine anything as long as a full school day. Okay, so I just want to encourage people to reach out. If you say, oh, this is what the CDC says, this is what the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services says, reach out to that spokesperson and say, where are you getting this? What are you looking at? Because I don't have to be a scientist to read those quotes. They're pretty clear, okay? So that's it. I want to encourage everybody to do their own research, think for yourselves, and allow us to make decisions for our own children. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joyce Kirabayashi. Joyce not with us this evening? Okay. Okay. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Jones. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Elizabeth Jones. I have 2 children in Livonia Public Schools, one in Riley and one in Coolidge. I'm also a family doctor here in Livonia, and so I have the honor of taking care of many adults and children here in our community. I'm here to strongly urge you to require masks for all who study in, work at, or visit our schools. My kids desperately want to be back in school, and I know that getting them back face to face is going to be so important for them emotionally and scholastically, but I want them to be safe. Unfortunately, I've seen firsthand what COVID-19 can do, both in my personal and professional life. And I couldn't stand knowing there was a way that we could decrease risk for my kids and all of our community's kids and not do everything in my power to make that happen. We're still learning a lot about COVID-19, but here's some things we do know. Masks do work. Asymptomatic spread does occur. Masks decrease the risk of transmitting and contracting COVID-19, especially when both people are wearing masks. We know the Delta variant is highly contagious, more than twice as contagious as what we dealt with last year. Our numbers of infections are increasing, as you were talking about. And we know that increases of cases are happening in our children. We're seeing that in our community and in my health system in Ann Arbor as well. Kids and teachers, they can do this. They wear masks in school before successfully. You're asking who to listen to. The American Academy of Family Physicians, which is my academy, as well as the other alphabet soup, American Academy of Pediatrics and MDHSS and CDC, all strongly recommend both in-person learning as well as universal mask wearing. They've been changing some of their recommendations based on what we learn. That's science. We have to be willing to make changes as we learn things. Last fall, I made the difficult decision to send my kids to the virtual academy. At that time, one factor was my profession, and I thought I would be bringing home risk, and then therefore my kids would be bringing risk to other kids in their community. I cannot wait for my kids to get back some sense of normalcy. And I strongly believe that universal masking in our schools is a first step in that process. You can only do what's right with what you know right now. I want to thank you for everything you do for our community. My mother is a school board member in a different community, and I know I thank you for everything you do. And I also thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Vitke. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. I spoke a couple months ago. My name's Christine Vitke. I have 2 children, one at Frost and one at Randolph. I prepared something, but I've heard a lot this evening, so I kind of want to maybe change it up a little bit. I do appreciate everything you guys do. Was totally very excited about the parent choice for masks up until today. You know, health choices are important. It's important for us to have open discussions with our personal health care providers. We as individuals need to keep ourselves healthy. This virus is very real. But let's be honest, it affects age groups differently. Keeping ourselves healthy, keeping our body healthy, keeping our mind healthy. You know, if you're sick, we should encourage staying home. One of the great things on the LPS had on their back to school, I homeschooled my kids for the first couple of months because I didn't want virtual, and the non-commitment to in-person I couldn't do. So I homeschooled them for the first couple of months of last year. What I saw was great when I put them back at LPS is that daily check-in. Check your kids. You should be checking them every morning. Kiss them. Give them are they warm? Do they feel good? Are they acting a little sluggish? Are they off? Congested? Whatever. That thing was great. If you're not feeling well, stay home. If it's a new illness, stay home. See how it turns out a couple of days. You can miss a couple days. I can take a couple days from vacation. Now grandma's vaxxed, she's going to be good, she can stay with them. We make it work, you call your neighbor. Again, community. Having a community that respects each other, acknowledges our differences, and respects the differences. I love this community. Again, I said this last month, or last time I was here, I went to LPS, my dad went to Bentley. We've been here for the long haul. And we love the diversity. This community keeps getting better. I just want to have my choice with what I want to do with my kid, with my family. We are so concerned with being sick. I've never been more concerned about being sick. I think I'm a pretty healthy person for the most part. I make decent enough decisions with my health, but I have caught myself deterring from going someplace because I'm like, okay, there's just a little bit too many people there. I'm just going to stay home. I caught a cold after my daughter came home from summer camp. I didn't leave my house for 2 weeks. And then I went up north for another week and stayed at the cabin for 3 weeks. I didn't see anybody. Didn't see my mom, didn't see anybody, just because I was being overly cautious. And it's personal responsibility. Please allow us to have personal responsibility and make the choices what best fit our family. Thank you.
Thank you. Rena Vendramini, and I probably mispronounced your name, I apologize. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm a parent of 3. I have one graduated from Franklin in June. I have an incoming would-be 9th grader at Franklin, and I homeschooled he was in 6th grade last year, and we'll see what we're gonna do this fall. But I came because I have some really, really good news. Well, maybe bad news, because I think if you had listened to what I'm going to tell you, then we could have all gone home 3 hours ago. But good news now, because I have a solution for you. So, people have been talking about, well, we want to follow the science, right? Everyone wants to follow the science. We all want to follow what is correct and factual. The problem is that we've all been given a bunch of different facts, and it's making us look like we're divided. We got the people over here, now they're calling these guys, oh, these are the pro-maskers, and we got the anti-maskers over here, and oh, look at how they're wearing these stupid tacky shirts. I've heard it all. As I know the group of people that I came here with, we're not anti or pro anything. We're just saying, let parents make informed decisions. But we have evidence from real experts. I know we've been talking about the CDC and everything. As another parent said, they haven't been going by science. If you look at their studies, maybe they've been using studies that were performed on mannequins where they were able to seal a mask like basically with super glue. It's not real life. We have industrial hygienists. Have you ever heard of those? It's basically occupational health and safety professionals. In fact, there is one, his name is Stephen Petty. He just started a podcast so that everybody can learn what his profession teaches. He is the top of the top. He's the best in our country. He's one of the best in the world. We were talking about court cases, right? He is the one that courts go to. He's an expert witness. His title actually is Industrial Engineer and Health and Safety Expert. I don't know anyone better. I wish we could just invite him to the room, but we could have just put him on the TV here maybe. And he has 5 episodes now on his podcast. I watched one today. It was awesome. For example, if you look at your mask, he said, if you can fit a human hair in between your face and the side of the mask, you've lost all protection, because this virus that we're talking about is in the air. And you can also forget about having to distance people, because 6 feet, 3 feet doesn't matter, because it's in the air. It stays for days. Don't listen to me, listen to him. It's called the Petty Podcast. It's spelled Petty Podcasts. He's on YouTube. You can find him on Facebook too. We also have 2 industrial hygienists in Michigan, Hudsonville, Kristen Megan Kelly, and Tammy Clark. I know them. They will talk to you. They can give you advice. They're recommending working on the ventilation and destruction technology. We have the answers. You can find it. So I encourage everyone, go to this podcast and then decide if you want your kids in masks. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Jablonski. Good evening.
Good evening, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Susan Jablonski, and I am a labor and delivery and special care nursery nurse for a nearby hospital. In the last 17 months, we have all had ample time to research actual statistics and assess risk for ourselves and our children. My concern lies in those who follow the accepted narrative of what is being presented as non-disputed science and succumbing to confirmation bias without assessing the data presented by scientists and practicing physicians in the field who oppose the accepted narrative. I find it interesting that these professionals are being silenced and canceled. The fact remains that real truth should not oppose the notion of challenging opinions that would have no need to cancel opposing viewpoints from experts, because real truth has nothing to hide. This book was found on your shelves today. It talks about the flu. On page 21, and I quote, New York street cleaners wore masks. Quote, better be ridiculous than dead, was the view of one official. Unfortunately, the masks did not help. By October 1918, the streets of many cities were deserted. People were afraid to go out. I'm wagering that this won't last on your shelves much longer. I have witnessed grown adults drop face masks on the ground only to kneel down and pick them back up and put them on their faces. I have witnessed face rags hanging out of back pockets while people sit in the public chairs. This is a false sense of security. This blind faith, that wears face masks, and even filthy ones, yes, assume they are preventing infection. Colds, flu, and COVID-19 are all viral. There is no cure. You never cared about masking for colds or flu. You never panicked because you were not told to. I encourage you to read the efficacy concerning masks pre-March 2020 to see for yourselves that masks do not, never have, or will prevent transmission of viral particles, including COVID-19 virus. While I expect it unreasonable for the lay public to know the ins and outs of aseptic techniques, such as what a healthcare professional is trained to practice, I do expect a certain base level of critical thinking to still take place. And based on my own observations of adults wearing face masks, I can assure you such critical thinking is largely unpracticed. Cloth and basic surgical face masks are rendered useless. You can smell through them. You don't think the viral particles are going to penetrate those masks? You can smell McDonald's, cigarette smoke, perfume, I can go on. Now let's add into the equation that children are using them. Children who sweat, drool, and snot into their face masks all day, every day in school. If you truly care about health, these children would remain maskless based on parental discretion, at least, rather than breathing their own carbon dioxide and acquired bacteria that festers in those masks. The policies you are basing on, they are counterfactual. And up until today, I haven't blamed this board for that. You've relied on CDC and NIH. This is pseudoscience. Masking our children must remain at parental discretion. And I'm closing with this. The absence of a mask mandate does not require your child go maskless.
Our last speaker is Audrey Rogers. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Audrey Rogers, and I have children in the district, and I live in Livonia. And tonight, I just wanted to say thank you for speaking your mind. It was really great to hear different opinions and where you stand. It helps us to know more about you, who you are, and what you believe. I'm standing here on behalf of United Parents of Livonia Public Schools. Nick couldn't stay with us, so he just asked me to speak. Who we are. We're parents and community members uniting to reclaim our parental rights and individual liberties, to live in the freedom those before us fought for, and to secure the blessings of liberty for our children and our posterity. And a couple, we believe, statements that I want to highlight. It is the fundamental right of parents to direct the care, education, and teaching of their children. Educators should instill a sense of well-grounded patriotism in our students, recognizing that freedom is special and rare. It's quite obvious as we look around our country in the last 18 months and around the world how rare freedom is. Medical decisions are the responsibility of the parent, including but not limited to barriers over airways, medical testing, and vaccines. I just want to remind you, couple months ago, we came before you and Nick read a letter on behalf of our group, and it was written by Reese, whatever his last name is. And we are prepared if a mandate comes before a state or county mandate, we're prepared to take legal action. So it's not, I hate to sound threatening, but that's how much we care about our kids and their health. There is self-governance, and the smallest unit of government is the family. And that's what we believe in. We believe in self-governance and family. We know our kids the best, just like many other people have said. So I appreciate you staying up this late and being with us and hearing from us again. All right, good night.
Thank you. We have come to the end of our agenda. I do thank all of you who are in attendance this evening, the community members. I thank our cabinet and those who have been assisting us this evening with various functions. Thank those of you who have hung on with us at home watching this meeting. It is heartwarming to know that this many people care deeply about our children, which I'm certain every person listening to this or in this room does. And hopefully together we can come to conclusions that will work best for our kids. Again, I thank you for your attendance this evening and your attention and your respect that was given to all. It is sincerely appreciated. Have a good evening. We are adjourned.